Let's see if we're live. Let's see if we're live before we just start the whole thing. Let's see if we're live. It says preparing stream.
I think it says we're live, bruh.
Right now.
Yeah, we're live.
I can't see us.
I see us, bro. We're live for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure.
Let me just make sure. Because I don't see it on my end.
You need me to take a screenshot, bro? We live, dog.
Oh, I see you. All right. Let's get that intro in. All right. There we go. What's up, people? How you doing? It is TOPT Monday. What up, Seb?
I'm chilling, man. I had a great July 4th weekend. We got to hang a bit. Parents had to cook out. Had my lady in town. It was a good time, man. Fireworks. We did a whole bunch of stuff. Ate good. Got to see some people I don't get to see often, and we even had Marv over for the cookout, man. That was dope.
Yeah, we had Marv over. We were just chilling, having a good time. It was a great time. Guys, the twins are going to be here. Just so you know, the twins are going to be here. They're just fashionably late. As always, I guess moving the podcast to Jersey City meant that they were always going to be late, but it looks like even when they're home, they're late. So I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to make up for that. So I apologize. It's really on them. Today we are going to be discussing One Piece chapter 1187. Pretty nice chapter from what everybody's been mentioning. I apologize. I was not reacting yesterday, but I did read it. I just had a lot going on yesterday, so I apologize. I'm really glad though. I'm really glad we could talk about this chapter with the guys and yeah, man. So the twins are gonna be here very, very soon. But other than that, for the time being, I'm gonna just throw it to Seb, pause, and just let him do what he does. So Seb, take it over.
Yeah, everybody hit that like button. It does help with the YouTube algorithm. I know it's a different format for us, but it's the same vibes. You know what I mean? It's still TOPT. But hit the like button. It helps with the YouTube algorithm. I see so many people in here, so many familiar faces. It's just Grizz, Pummeled Black the Goat, Jajen, Jake Play, Wise Life, Pro 99, AJ Jones, Creative Broccoli, Master Health, Galero, Mr. Prince, you Eep, Will of J, Xavier O'Dilly, welcome to Wheezyville, Dominique, Don Quixote, the Joker, handful of these rocks, just so many. Please hit that like button. It helps so much. You don't have to donate to help us out. Just hitting the like button is all you guys have to do. We really appreciate it, man. We do have a few super chats. That came in before the stream started. So thank you guys for that. We'll be reading super chats throughout the pod. We don't have as much of a time restriction nowadays. So I don't know how long Larry wants to go, but we'll make sure we read
a little further.
A little closer?
Away,
Further? No. Oh, too loud?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
My fault. We still working out the kinks, y'all. But yeah, we got a super chat $10 from who's this? Start giving me the answer. Who's that? Creative Broccoli. It says Luffy made a huge step forward in his fight with Kaido, but he's not quite Pirate King level yet. What are some of the things you would like to see from him or the crew by the time they get there? Hashtag bang bang buggy gang. So Larry, what do you think? What do you want to see from Luffy to determine him to be Pirate King level? What do you need to see?
What do we need to see? So we have advanced armament Haki being infused with Conqueror's Haki. I would like to see observation Haki be treated the same way. So maybe
Okay.
if we could start seeing some future sight mixed in with Conqueror's Haki, I would like to see what the advanced version of that looks like. Um, and then I need to unfortunately see Critical Mass Supreme King Haki. You know, Roger accomplished it with Garp. It's one of the many reasons we consider him much stronger than other characters now, just based off of that one move. And it means a lot because it means, you can push to a higher level of Haki than the what
Right.
0.00003% of Conqueror's Haki users who can initiate advanced Conqueror's moves. It's like a step above that now. So it's like you have to have that as well. So that's how I'm looking at it.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree with that. I love the idea of incorporating Conqueror's Haki into your observation Haki, whether that's future sight or some elevated level of observation that we haven't seen yet. Some people have said it's the voice of all things. I'd like to think that you can go beyond that. Sounds crazy, but just some other level, some additional level there. Um, but yeah, I love that. My mind, Larry focused more on hockey, so I agree with all that. I'd like to see him being able to sustain um his Nika powers for longer. Like if he can be in gear 5 for like a whole day. Like I think Lawrence mentioned this before about like Super Saiyan and Goku and Gohan just kind of being in that mode for like days on end training. If we can get
Yeah.
to a point where Luffy is just, hey, it's 4 or 5 hours straight. It's 6 hours straight. It's 10, 12 hours straight. And I'm able to be in this mode without any restriction, without any limitation, without gassing out. I think that could also help him get to a Pirate King level. But ultimately, it is going to be the hockey that's going to push him towards the top. So,
Yeah. Uh, there
there
goes
you
the
go.
guys. There goes
There you go.
everybody. Yo.
Twinning again. Look at them.
Yeah. Welcome, guys. All right.
Hey,
They'll get themselves situated.
hey, can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
How about me?
Yeah. We can hear you too.
All right. I think
Okay.
it's a little too high. I'm gonna have to adjust this.
Lionel, your microphone is coming through the MacBook Pro instead of your actual mic. So just go down to the bottom and you should see like audio. Hit the little arrow that's pointing up and just change it to your mic, your Shure mic. Same thing for you, Law. All right, keep going, Seb. Let's keep reading the
All
super
right,
chats.
yeah, we got another $2 super chat from Creative Broccoli. It says, "I hate Kobe. Stay blessed." I don't get the Kobe hate. Kobe cool. He was getting a little too much gas last week on the DDT with him and kid, but Kobe cool. I don't mind Kobe. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you hate Kobe, then you're just a bad person at this point, in my opinion.
A bad person.
Yeah, just a little bit.
I don't think that makes you a bad person, bro. It just makes you a person with an opinion. That opinion can be harsh, but I don't think it's that crazy to hate Kobe. You know, I don't. But hating Kobe, I don't know. What are your thoughts on Kobe, Lionel? I don't know. I've really like never talked to Lionel about Kobe. He's like everything Lionel wants, right? Straight hockey, straight hands, garb training. You know,
I don't think Lionel can hear you right now, bro.
we cooked. All right.
I think he changed his his speaker instead of his microphone.
This is why we show up early to sound check, guys. This is
Yeah.
why.
But they can't hear us, so let's not talk crap.
Oh, I'm gonna throw shade at all times.
I can hear
18
you.
months.
I can hear you too.
Why don't you
I can
say
hear you.
anything? We were just talking to you.
No, I'm trying to figure what you said with the speaker thing, and every time I do something else, you cut off.
No. Lionel, go to your see where the audio button is next to the video button at the bottom.
Yes.
All right. You see that arrow on audio that's pointing up?
Yeah.
All right, click it.
Okay.
All right. It's going to come up as microphone and speaker. On your microphone, you can click and then select your microphone instead of the computer that you're on.
Well, that's what I did. It says check mark on it.
Is that the only one that's available?
All I see is MacBook Pro microphone be built. Then I see Mac Pro speakers built, but I have it on the microphone. But those are the only
All
two
right,
ones.
just leave it. It's fine. It's good. But you can hear us, right?
Yeah, because I thought I did something wrong, so I kept on clicking the other thing. Then that's when I don't hear you guys anymore. So
All
I
right.
stopped doing it.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Don't worry about it. All right, we're good. Law, you good? Yeah, Law's good. All right, Seb.
Yeah. Just though.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, let's go.
All right, we got another 18 months at Warlord status from Wise Life Gaming. It said, "Sup goats." Luffy taking his cape off reminded me of Roger / Garp versus Rocks with a fire emoji. When he has his sandals off, it was just like illustration of Nika. #Aura King. That's a pretty cool connection. I didn't make that connection immediately. We'll get into the specifics of the chapter in a little bit, but thank you, Wise Life. Did you get that feeling, Larry? I didn't immediately think that.
No, I didn't think that either.
All right. All right, we got another 10 months at Nakama status from Vic Cage Hashirama. So welcome. Enjoy all the emojis that come with being a Nakama. Another 5 from Mustafa. I can't read the last name. It says, now that Sanji got revealed, don't even be switching on Akainu or Mihawk when it's their times. Akainu leading the largest group on the seas, my go. We will get into the Haki stuff a little bit later when we go over that part. But yeah, I mean, I'll say this: if Sanji's supposed to get it, I have high hopes for dudes like Mihawk and Akainu to have it. So I'll leave it there. Another 20 from the C Bellamy. It says, love the pod. Seb, did you ever touch back on that Lightning Island theory? #BBC, Larry Tax. I thought I put out a video on that, didn't I? Eventually? No?
I don't remember.
Oh man. The Rajan Island, I think I said I definitely wrote something up about like Harold placing Ragnar there and him having to go get it. Something along those lines. Didn't turn out to be true. So is what it is. You know, I can't. But I do remember you pressing me for it though, not having a full theory concocted in the like 20 hours I had since I read the chapter. But whatever. Terrible.
I'm sorry. I want the best for you, bro.
Another 5 from Digital Cap. Do you guys think Gear 5 Luffy can peel off a Covenant seal like a sticker since he's able to do stuff like take his scar and put it back on like a sticker? That would be insane. That would be insane. I'm with it.
Yeah, that would be kind of crazy.
That'd be super broken. It's just like, nah, you don't got that Covenant no more.
Is that if Luffy could do what?
Take off Covenant
seals. Get rid of the
scar
off.
Like, yeah, like peel them.
I think more probably he could probably erase it. Like, you know how he wrote whatever on the bat? He might be able to erase it, like erase marker. He doesn't have the Covenant anymore. I thought of that. But I don't know. I feel like he did it with himself, right? With the scars. I don't know if he could do it on other people. You know, be
Why
funny
not?
though.
Why? I'm saying why not? Why wouldn't
Be
he be able to
dope.
do it?
I don't know.
Because he was able to turn other people to rubber. So like he he alters the reality of like I just say Toon Force type of thing. Like so I wouldn't think he cannot do it as well.
I'm gonna say yes, man. There's no limit to what Luffy
I
can
hope.
imagine, bro.
Can imagine.
Another 5 from Josie Dirts. My boys, so good to see you both. Give me credit. I was the one who said Zoro versus Sommers and Sanji versus Killingham. Hope you both remember. Fist emoji, hashtag the monster trio for life. We will get into it, but I do remember that, Josie. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. You were championing that a while ago before it was like confirmed that they were going to be fighting those people. I think most of the community was like, nah, you're going to switch off again. But you was championing it, man. It seems like we might have got confirmation on that in this chapter. So we got another 2 from Josie. It says, yeah, I think Shank's observation killing is advanced Conqueror's Haki plus Conqueror's color of observation. I maybe that would be a cool application of what Larry was kind of talking about earlier about putting your Conqueror's Haki into your observation Haki. But this would be a more attack, like to attack with it, like weaponize it in a way other than just kind of telling the future. You can change somebody's thoughts or change somebody's ability to think clearly. I kind of like that. I do think we might need levels above that even, but that could be like a base level of that.
No, I agree because like
I like that too. It's kind of dope, but would you want it like just observation to be able to do that on its own?
To stop
You know what
other
I'm saying?
people's observation?
You're saying observation,
Yeah.
stopping observation
Yeah, like stop other people's observation Haki. You know what I'm saying?
with observation hockey.
Yeah. But that's the adding
Yeah, like
Conqueror's
with
Haki
the
into it, please.
No, but that's that. No, wait, no, you're saying with or without conquerors.
like I guess it makes more sense to have conquerors with it, but it's everything is dope. It's just like you need to use conquerors and everything.
Is
Where
it
I'm thinking
really?
if you had with your own observation of features that you're able to do it on your own. I'm choppy.
Yeah, you're choppy, and Larry, we can't hear you. Sorry for the technical difficulties, y'all. We're kind of working out some kinks here.
But on the hockey and observation though, I wouldn't see like for instance like they confirm like conquerors is the art of intimidation that fits in the line. All right, intimidating and taking out other things. Like we saw like Boshoku hockey be in conjunction with conquerors. It only makes sense if you're gonna able to stop somebody else's observation. It would have to be with conquerors. Like I cannot see where observation could cancel out another observation. To me, it doesn't really fit or make sense to me. Like it could be, but like it doesn't make sense. But conquerors, yes, because this shows that conquerors amplifies the others. Like Boshoku gets amplified through conquerors. I can see the same thing. Like observation could amplify. I mean, observation would get amplified through conquerors. Like so that's something that makes more sense to me. Going with the showed in the show.
Okay. Looks like we got Larry back. Larry, you back? Can you hear us? Maybe not. All right, I'll continue on. We got another 13 months at Yonko status from Young Bull Trent. It says, yo, guys, glad for a nice stream today and wanted to say this one. Kid ain't being Jinbei. 2 Zoros beats Sabo. 3. Oh, 2 Zoro beats Sabo. 3. Marco beats Kid. And last, I just want to put it out there. I've had stock in Brook. He's goated. All right, thank you, Trent. Appreciate the 13 months at Yonko status, man. Our highest tier of membership. Really do appreciate that, bro. You do a lot for the channel, man.
Sebastian, you
Yeah.
got it's a little choppy on my end. What was the third one? I heard he got
You said
Jinbei
Marco
over
beats
Kid.
Kid.
He got Zoro over Marco beats Kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, I, I got Kid beating Jinbei personally. I know y'all might disagree, but I do.
I guess agree.
Um, mhm. um, mm,
Wait, Lionel, who you got?
Hmm?
Who you got? Lionel, who you got? Did you
With
say you had?
Kid and Jimmy?
Between, yeah,
You said Kid and Jimmy, right? Yeah.
yeah.
No, I got Jimmy. Especially what I saw, like in the beginning, you could argue either or you could argue Kid, and that's fair. But now I see that Jimmy even has the hockey shield now. Like if, for instance, if biggest attack that Bastion always claims is a sign or now even railgun, Jimmy could use the hockey shield to block it without even getting touched by it. Because Jimmy showed it against Husu. So it's just like that amplified Jimmy even more. Like, all right, Jimmy clearly got a, either a hockey bloom or he had it in
Yo,
his bag no
yo,
time. We hear you.
there we.
Yeah.
you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yep.
All right.
Okay. But that's only what I remember. I only know you said well say the list one more time, but slower.
You said Kid's not beating Jinbei.
Okay.
Zoro beats Sabo, and Marco beats Kid.
Oh, okay, actually. Okay. Yeah.
Mhm. All right.
I actually agree with that list.
Okay. We got another 15 months at Nakama status from Nando to Universal. It says, does Kaido do better versus Emu than Loki did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go yeah too.
I think I agree.
Same, actually.
We'll get into the outcome of Loki's battle with Emu a little bit later. But yeah. Another two from Luis Lopez. It says, I think Gunka will pass by the end of the arc. She's not somebody's parent, man. I doubt it. I doubt it. Actually, we don't know that.
She's not somebody.
We don't know that. She's been alive a long time. We don't know that. But no, I don't think Gunko gets taken out. That'd be that. That would be the man. Oda don't like Brooke, bro. Like, jeez, bro.
No.
Jeez. Mm.
It could go either way with me because I don't know the thought process towards Oda's thoughts and his plans with Gunko. Like how important or relevant to her is she in the show? She seems like relatively important, but I don't know.
Mm. We got another Nakama join the ship in Not Benji. Welcome. Enjoy all the emojis that come with being a Nakama. And then we got 9 months at Yonko status from Guap TV. It says, Yo, Nakama, love the new format. I have a question. Who do you think will get Haki first, Chopper or Nami? Hashtag Larmu. Hashtag give me more Odin. Hashtag a throat is a throat.
Mm. I'd probably say Chopper.
I'm gonna go Chopper. Yeah. Because I'm gonna say Chopper if I want to use, like, for example, Wano as an example, or my reasoning. And Queen time. And so he's more in the battle. That's gonna be heavily what she's gonna rely on. So I for Chopper be, scrapping more. So
That boy is fighting demons with that internet connection, bro.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
you might want to
seriously.
restart your computer or something, bro.
Yeah, bro.
In fact, yo, Law, go grab the hard line, bro, from outside. The 250-foot wire
is
one,
that
man.
bad? Damn.
Bring that
Yeah.
upstairs, bro.
Yeah, bro. It's
For
pretty
real.
bad.
Yeah, you cooked, bro.
Yeah.
You moving in like
Yo.
slow motion, brother.
The black one that I brought outside and bought for the games, go grab that, bro. 250 should get up there. 250 feet, that should get up there.
He don't even want to do it. He's like, yo, I'd rather just be looking crazy. It's like, yo, internet connection, what?
Yo, it's cooked, bro. It's bad. He can't even hear us. He on a lag. I peeped from the jump.
Can he even put the Ethernet cable into that?
Into the computer, he should be able to.
I can hear you.
No. It's not. It's not
I
the
can
computer
hear you.
right now. He's on his old joint.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. You got an Ethernet port on the tablet, on the laptop. He might.
I don't think he knows what that is, bro.
He's shaking his head. Ah, man, it's cooked.
Yeah,
man.
bro, you're cooked.
I have like 2 outlets on this thing, and they're both the same. So no.
Yeah, don't even worry about it, bro. It's fine.
Hit that hotspot, bro. Nah. All right.
Once we get the camera up and running, then we can figure that
Wait,
out.
can he
afterwards.
transfer to his phone? Will that help?
I mean, if he got the hotspot plan for it, brother.
Not I mean,
He's saying just be on his phone on the.
no. I mean, like transfer the whatever you're using and use your phone Wi-Fi connection. As soon as I be doing that with my laptop, and my laptop will be working fine after that.
If Law knows how much data he got, he can do that.
You got unlimited, gang, or what's up? They gonna throttle you? What you got?
All right. Let's do this last one, and then we'll just get straight into the chapter.
All right. Again, guys, like the stream. Another 5 from Jadarude. It says, if you took the Joker and put him into the One Piece verse, and he knows about Haki and devil fruits, how far does he get? I say the scariest Yonko. Can you be scarier than Big Mom? I don't know.
He be Emu.
Emu.
Yeah.
That boy getting packed much quicker than you think, man. I'm gonna be real with you, bro. This is One Piece, man.
Be Emu, bro.
The dudes fighting him, not letting him go because of their moral compass. Okay, he getting clapped quick. He not surviving run-ins with Batman because reasons, bro. Okay,
you do know there are people who can just murk him as well, right? And they never can.
He in DC with that. You know
I'm
what
just
I'm saying?
There's a couple people that have targeted Joker just to take him out, and they couldn't have.
Bro. Are we giving him a devil fruit? I'll even give him Conqueror's Haki. I'll give him that.
Wait, did they give him? Wait, did
it
they
says
give
he
him?
knows about Haki. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, those are two different things. You can know about Haki and not have any of it, or have two. Like,
Bro.
how many people in the One Piece verse know about Haki but can't actually utilize it? Those are two different things. You got to be more clear about that. Can he use it or no?
I said I was gonna give him Conqueror's Haki just to make an argument for him to survive longer than one of the blues for real. You know what I'm saying? Just to give him some go.
Listen, brother, this is what y'all don't understand, because y'all don't read comics like that. Y'all read Japanese comics, and I'm just gonna put y'all like on game.
Okay.
Batman's greatest nemesis is himself and the Joker. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I consider them both joints of the same, you know. He earned the respect from Darkseid.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, everybody in the Justice League highly respects Batman because he's the only person that don't have powers, and he could take all of them out if he so wished to. Okay? The only thing that stops him from doing that is crossing that line. All right? Now, because he has the respect universally as a person with no superpowers, he's put himself in the most dangerous situations, have come out alive, and has conquered people he was just never supposed to conquer. Okay? Joker is the only person that comes to his IQ level, but The difference between him and Batman is that he's willing to cross that line. That's the biggest difference. So yeah, Batman can catch him anytime he wants and take him out for sure. But Joker is basically on the same level as Batman. He just decides if he wants to take you out, he'll take you out. If he doesn't want to take you out, he just wants to enjoy torturing you. So he elongates your suffering.
Mm-hmm.
Like, brother, you don't understand. Joker is insane, bro. He's actually insane.
I mean, that's all good and fine in his verse. That's all I'm saying. That's all good and fine in his verse, bro.
Nah, bro.
Shout out to DC, bro. Shout out to them. What?
Yeah. All right, let's get to it. You guys ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's do it. So, guys, if you haven't liked the video yet, please like the video. This week's chapter is titled "The Root of the Problem." We also have another reader request with the caption, Reiju scolding naughty swans and protecting the ugly duckling. In the illustration we see Sanji's sister Reiju disciplining a group of ducks that resemble her father and brothers. It appears they've been bullying the ugly duckling, which clearly represents Sanji. So, starting with Seb, what were your thoughts on this week's reader request?
In the moment, I just thought it was funny. The little ugly duckling motif with Sanji. Shout out to Reiju. When I first saw it, for whatever reason, I thought it was his mom. I thought it was Sora for like 2 seconds, but I was like, oh, I guess it's not. It's Reiju. I'm wondering if she did it specifically because they look like Sanji and her brothers, or if she would have done it anyway. But I thought it was cool. Given what ends up happening in this chapter and the central focus towards the end, I'd say it was fitting that we had a Sanji-centric cover story, but I didn't have too much here.
All right, Law.
Yeah, I didn't really have much either. Yeah, I don't really got much. It just yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Yeah. All right, Lionel.
Yeah, I don't have much either. I just thought it was hilarious how much they actually look like the Vince Smoke family. It's just like he literally like they have the hair and everything. Like he even has his mask at one point. So I'm just like, you know what I'm saying? Is this like, do they really look like them like that, or this is in Reiju's head? She thought of this duck being picked on. She immediately thought of her family. So I thought of those two things, and I thought it was also interesting that like when she was a kid, she saw it and witnessed her brothers and how they treated Sanji, and she couldn't really do anything to protect him at that time. She did what she could by letting him leave, like, you know, like helping him escape. Well, this time she actually fought against them, even hurt them, and got upset for hurting Sanji. So it's like reverse. Like she's like what's the right word? Like she couldn't do something then, but she's doing something now in a reference to Sanji. Maybe she always wanted to do it, but like I guess redeeming herself. I forgot what it was. Redeeming herself, or like I don't know. I can't think of the right word, but like I just thought of that. But that's what I'm think of. Is this in her head, or do they actually look? And going to One Piece, Oda would do that. He wouldn't make ducks look exactly like the Vince Smoke's family, and Reiju's having a reaction to it. But yeah, that's what I thought of, but not much.
Yeah. I didn't think much of it. I think it's fitting for the chapter we're getting. I'll tell you that. I didn't expect Oda to be this indicative of what was going to happen within the chapter. But listen, man, it's a pretty dumb reader request. It's a pretty dumb reader request.
Yeah, we've been getting those a lot recently, man.
Yeah, so shout out to the ugly duckling. Soon becoming a swan. Gotta love it. Yeah, but other than that, I would say until Lawrence gets back, let's just let's do the other super chats.
Okay. We got 250 from Kekula It says, "You boys been watching the World Cup?" Not really. I've been pretty preoccupied. Apparently, it's going crazy though. The match with Mexico and England was wild. I think Ronaldo just got eliminated. Spain advanced. I've been following the Ballingun story with America. Shout out to USA. I got a big parlay depending on France moving forward and doing some things. So go France. Go Mbappe and them boys over there. I know patriotism is supposed to be what we're going for, but like July 4th over, bro. And my people wasn't free until June 19th the next year. You know what I'm saying? So like, you know, but yeah, I'll probably watch the next few matches. I'll probably watch those. Should be good. Yeah, I've been watching it all. No,
The World Cup, a little bit.
yeah,
Yeah, same. A little bit, like especially with the family I live with. They're like, we have hardcore FIFA soccer fans and stuff. So I've been catching as much as I can, but I haven't been.
Just say they're Spanish, Lionel. Like that. That's that easy.
yeah.
If you want to be racist, just be racist, bro.
so crazy,
It's good
bro.
racism.
I know
That's
they was
so
mad last
crazy.
night though, Lionel. I know
Huh?
they was upset last night.
Yeah.
Because Mexico lost. I saw that game. And Friday, I caught the Colombia versus Ghana. Ghana lost that one. So, yeah, that's the two games I mostly caught.
Damn, how y'all taking that, bro? Y'all feel like they disgraced your country or what, bro?
No?
Do you think they should receive some type of punishment?
See, I
That's
thought you would have said, yeah, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
chill out, bro.
That sounds crazy. What the heck?
Mm,
And no, absolutely not.
that's
Beat 'em.
insane, bro.
No.
Oh man,
Yeah, none of my races happen to be.
you American, bro? What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
I'm going for America.
Go for France.
Going for America.
You want
bro.
this podcast studio? Go for France, bro.
Everybody live in America and just hate America. Like,
Listen,
Gotta root for 'em.
America can go as far as they want. If they play France, I'm going France, man. I need this parlay to hit. Another 20 from Wade the Asian. It says, I can't wait to hear everyone's reactions to this chapter. I absolutely loved it. Hope y'all have been well. And I'm so hyped for these matchups and the title cards for the last page. Heart eye emojis. Hashtag woman of milk. Hashtag he was always on the ship. Hashtag Asian fan text. Wade, if I remember correctly, you're also German. Okay? You got to rep both sides. All right? But yeah, it was a really dope chapter for me. I liked it. We'll get into it. The matchups, we'll get into that a little bit later too. But thank you, Wade.
Of course you would.
Of course, bro. Check the name. Another 25 months at Warlord status from Potter Jesus. It says, do you think Nami could be a descendant of the original Zaza user, and that's why she has a sixth sense with the weather? Thinking emoji. Hashtag top tariff. Hashtag Larry tax.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But knowing Oda, man, everybody's somebody kid with some crazy correlation that be far back. I wouldn't like it personally, but yeah, maybe. I can't rule it
Yeah,
out.
I wouldn't like it. I don't like it. I don't think One Piece should always include lineage as a factor as to why you're great. That's like defeats the whole purpose of the show.
Yeah. All right, another 2 from Jada Rude. It says Larry knows. Larry knows what?
He's probably talking about the Joker take.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I will acknowledge I don't read the comics at all. I don't know Joker body like that. You know what I'm saying? I just don't. I know Joker from Dark Knight movies.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, that's not the one we're talking about.
Okay.
Listen, there's so many Jokers.
Hey,
Like we really could like get into which one we want to go with, and each one is their own type of monster. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah,
Like it'd be really difficult.
Yeah,
I
I
feel
really
like
heard.
that's cool, but that'd be my struggle with American comics in general. Like, there's so many like different variations of people that like I don't know who can do what. I can't scale anybody any correctly. You know. Lonnie, you were about to say something.
No, I read. I know I saw one aspect of Joker where his combat skills was actually. I don't say on par with Batman, but like nobody could like he was up there that only Batman would be able to beat him to a degree. Like I'm not saying fully because there's other like what's that one? I forgot her name. I forgot her name, but like they emphasize like how skillful actually of a fighter Joker actually is, and Batman's a few people that can actually take him out. But yeah. Lady Shiva, there we go. I forgot about that. That's
Okay.
yeah. That's what like like certain people like that level, obviously, like like because it's rival that she can even beat Batman. Like people like that level, Joker ain't beating either. But that's the part I'm so coming. Like those people like those could beat the Joker, while others like wouldn't.
All right. We got another 10 from your UPS driver. It says, yo, Larry, you forgot to tell them the absolute universe is not that bad for everyone other than Batman and his villains. That's how much Batman pissed Darkseid off.
Yeah. If we go with the absolute universe, you would absolutely be terrified of Joker, bro. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you right now,
Joker now. You know what I mean?
bro. It gets bad, bro. If I was to list some of the most evil things he's ever done, you'd be like, I'm gonna be honest, bro. Why are we reading this?
Yo, is it like Reverse Flash bad? Like worse than that? Reverse Flash is wild, bro. He was on Demon Time.
It's 100 times worse than that.
Yeah?
Yeah, bro. And not only that, he's incredibly strong. And he's more like a lizard now, from what it looks like. But like the whole universe in absolute Batman happens to be like they're all like times 100.
Okay.
So
okay. I've heard about the absolute universes. They'd be like absolute this. Absolute
maybe I could
that.
show a picture of what he looks like.
Honestly, you saying this for some reason it came to my head. Why do I feel like Joker weirdly is like Deadpool, but just evil? Like he gives off Deadpool vibes, but just Deadpool is not really evil. He's like an anti-hero or whatever. Well, but
You know
Joker
what he actually is? He's Carnage in Marvel.
Okay.
They're basically both like the same type of character.
Okay. Are you gonna pull a picture up, Larry, or am I moving on?
Yeah, I mean you could do the next one and I'll just post it.
Okay. We got another 20 from Slilyful. It says, from last week, blacks from non-blacks is crazy, and I completely agree. I truly feel bad. So instead of paying my White Watcher tax, I will be putting forth my first installment of your hashtag reparations. Last joke, bro. Yo, oh my gosh, yo. Y'all funny, bro. Y'all funny, bro. But we appreciate it.
What?
Do you see the image?
Yeah, I do.
That's what he looks like.
Why he look like that?
It's the absolute universe.
So he becomes a lizard person?
He becomes like a yeah, like he's like, you know what I'm saying?
So he's crazy. That plus he's still really smart.
Yeah.
Wait, so he's the same Joker. Like he talks like Joker. He could speak fine. He just looks like that.
He's just everything times 100.
Is he still human?
I
mean, obviously not, but
he doesn't look human.
I'm asking.
I mean, he's probably like a hybrid form of something.
So that would be his Del fruit, whatever that is.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
He'll be a mythical.
The tail, his tail looked more like in that form too. Made it look more of a demonic form.
It looked like
to
emus.
me. Yeah, it
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
Yeah, his
Pointed
tail
tail.
looked with the tail and his mouth looking like that. It looked more of like like a demonic creature or beast.
Okay. We got another 32 months at Nakama status from Mr. Veg. It says Sanji, King of Heaven, Zoro, King of the Underworld. All right. That's pretty cool. I don't know that we're getting those changes in epithets and things for real. That'd be cool.
Based on what Gabon said, he wouldn't be allowed. All right. You guys ready to get into the actual chapter?
Yeah.
All right. So, the chapter picks up exactly where we left off last week, with Luffy landing a punch square in Imu's face. Loki is stunned that Luffy actually managed to hit him. The impact releases an enormous burst of Haki, sending Imu flying backward. Despite taking the hit, Imu remains completely calm. He extends his arms, positions his hands into a hand sign, and performs Omen. An instant later, a massive explosion erupts. Loki tells Luffy he's impressed that he landed a hit, but reminds him that it was only possible because of all the damage Loki had already inflicted on Imu before Luffy arrived. Luffy, however, is more concerned about Loki's condition and tells him to rest for a bit. Loki immediately scolds him for worrying about him. Luffy then notices a black flame burning on his shoulder, and Loki realizes he has one as well. Luffy comments that the flame is incredibly hot and that it stings. Just then, Imu flies back into the fight. Seeing him up close, Luffy remarks how terrifying Imu looks. Imu forms another hand sign, creating an additional black flame. We then witness something bizarre. The two black flames on Loki's shoulder begin talking to one another. One says it's supposed to move to Loki's chest, while the other says it should target the spot where the sword struck him. The flames immediately rush toward Loki's chest, causing him to panic. Then Imu declares, "Blade of Hatred, Stigma." Loki is thrown farther away from Imu, while Luffy is pulled closer. Luffy catches a glimpse of something black streaking past him in an instant. Loki notices something rapidly approaching, and before he can react, a monstrous black sword pierces straight through his chest. So, starting with Lionel, what are your thoughts on the opening of the chapter?
I keep going back to looking at the initial hit that Luffy did on Emo in the previous chapter, and looking at how the end hit looks, and then the beginning of this chapter. They're different. It's weird, and I got a little confused on like if you look at the hit that Luffy hits Emo the first time, he makes connection. It looks like he just a regular punch. Then I know at the beginning of this chapter, it looks like Luffy's either following up after another attack or he's charging, powering up the hit that he already hit Ema with. Then at the end of it, it's like a weird explosion happens at the end.
Yeah.
That's like I got confused what happened. Like did he hit him, then he just exploded his Haki at the end of impact that makes him sent flying? Like I don't know. I got weird. Like I didn't understand what happened during that moment. Because even when you see Luffy in the beginning of the chapter, you see Loki's face, you see Emu's, you see Luffy. It's like he's either look like he's still hitting Emu, like hitting with another attack, or he's exploding or powering up his attack he already hit Emu with. That's what, like that panel didn't really make sense to me. I don't know. It looked weird. I don't know the way it came off. But even though like Emu got hit and got set flying, he clearly ate it. Honestly, it kind of goes into the Gorosei thing again. Like they get hit, they bleed, but it's just like it's not really doing that much damage that you think it actually is. Like that's what I got. Like because Emu literally just puts the flames, catches them, and looks like he's not. Like, I don't think he's even bleeding anymore from the hit that Luffy gave him. He's. I mean, you don't really see his face, but it look like unless he wiped it off, fine. But like, again, he's fine. Like even though like Loki said like that was a good shot, but like it looked like a good shot. but how much did that damage actually Emo himself? And that's where like, like that's where we're getting onto what does it take to take out Emo? Because clearly just that's not gonna be enough. We even know fully how much damage he actually even took. So like, but again, I don't have much here. That attack he did on when he landed on Loki is crazy. And again, it goes into like again, Emu's like versatility. Like those are his reach is like phenomenal. He can fight you close range, long range, like mid range. It doesn't matter. Like it goes into like how far you got to be, and probably I wonder if Emu could still hit you. I wonder if he has something like Enel has. When Enel could just attack you from anywhere. Granted, it's different because Emo looks like he has to get the flames on you. But if those flames could just travel, if he, for instance, he could do like a technique called scatter, and he could set all those flames throughout the whole island, and now he could just do what like Enel did or what Lucia did, make rain blades of like flames. Like I'm not giving Emo that, but like it shows like Emo's range is not limited. That's what I'm getting with how he fights. But like it's just a question, like just thinking about it. Because again, we still don't fully know about his ability, but the way it looks, it's so versatile how he fights. But again, I don't have that much here. I just know Loki got hit bad. Like that's a pretty bad injury, honestly. Like a bad hit. Like we see it later on, but like it looks worse. It looks way worse than the first time he hit him with, by far.
Yeah.
And also, Loki's already damaged from the fight he got from Shamrock. And what the added damage he's getting from Emu, who's a way more higher comp than Shamrock ever is. So just like, I don't know, like Loki, I'm not saying Loki's gonna pass, but like he's taking too much damage on this battle right now, on this island. He's taking way too much damage. But yeah. I'm done.
Lawrence?
Yeah. Am I still choppy? Like crazy? Lagging? Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, you sound a little better, but not really. I'm not. That just proved my point wrong.
They said Lawrence looked like he had an anonymous character in a crime documentary, bro. When you put your head down, bro, the hat was you just a black figure, bro.
Who you right now, Lauren? Who you right now?
He said somebody go unlock Lawrence.
Anyway, I can't. So, I saw a little bit what Lionel's talking about with the punch with Luffy and the impact, because I will say the impact, right? Why does it say adults only?
Yo, not know where that's from, bro. Oh my god, yo, Larry, you're an idiot, bro. Yo, $4.99 per minute, bro.
Oh, I see.
Is this the talking ish thing?
Yes, bro. Oh my god. Mystery. Mystery, man. Oh man. God, bro.
That's actually hilarious. All right. Yeah, so like I noticed too, because like mainly I'm pointing out is what Lionel's saying is the impact on it. To me, it also looks like a lot more Haki or Conqueror's Haki. We're seeing it from the after the punch was thrown than when we see it from the initial. Like we see little strands of it, but it's like a lot more, right? In Conqueror's Haki. But also we're seeing the impact of like we seen where usually where like, Rio. Rio. Is that new? Was new? Yeah. Is that new? Is that new?
Oh my gosh.
Yo, oh my gosh, bro. They said Lawrence internet from Somalia, bro. Oh.
I think it's because I'm in the attic. I think that's why. Right. I'm just gonna keep talking, and I'll try not to be long. Right. The impact is like when you're using Rio, like the non-touching thing, like we've seen it before. Right. Those impacts after the punch. Right. And like Lana said, how calm Emo was after he got hit. He went straight to business of like sending these omens at Loki and Luffy. And showing after he got punched, his face was just normal, kind of like he just like he ate it and he's just dealing with it like it was no problem for him, right? I thought it was very interesting that the homies are like able to speak too. It kind of reminded me of Big Mom's homies, where they had kind of like have a personality of their own and other things. And I thought it was also interesting that apparently like they have like an order or a mission that they follow without Emu actually like telling them what to do. Like he said, "Yo, we're supposed to be here, at this location for Emu to attack. You know, like we're supposed to be at the chest where Emu already stabbed the sword. Like they're having this conversation and then they're moving about, right? And I thought it was very interesting how, like for example, too, uh, how apparently the homies itself, when Emu sends them on you, they affect you already. Like Luffy saying it burns or it stings, like it's hot, like he's gonna it already. It's not like Laws where like Law does his incision and you don't. It's not the cut doesn't actually hit you. So apparently the homies itself, I mean the omens itself, actually can affect you, right? Pretty much this black flame already, right? And then yeah, like the attack that Loki got hit with, it's this stuff like this makes it seem like Loki might actually pass at the end of this battle with Emu, because he still has the damage he took from Shamrock, right? He's not healed, supposed to take whatever months. Gamer watch. It's for gamer watch.
Yo, oh my god.
And then and this attack here. But
I'm
yeah, that's
fighting
all
for
really
my
have.
life.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, and yeah, that's all I have for now. I don't know how much I got out. Okay.
Yeah, man. I still have a huge issue with
I don't
Luffy
get to go?
punching
That's crazy.
Emu like this. I'm gonna just keep it a buck. I really do. I understand why
You didn't hear you, Sebastian.
everybody's. Wait, y'all can hear me?
No, you skipped Sebastian
I
there.
get to go, bro.
Oh snap! My bad, Seb. I thought you went, bro.
I was thinking he just skipped Sebastian.
Listen, if you want to go first, you go, bro.
Nah,
You
bro,
know
you
what
can
I'm
go.
I don't like y'all said, I don't have all that much here. I thought Emu's face was funny. I thought Loki's reaction was funny. I laughed at that. Luffy making the Emu fly a decent distance. This is Elbaf, man. When you fly in distances like this, it's some real miles going. You know what I mean? Like trees are getting broken through and all that. They just look kind of crazy when you see it. I did like Emu calmly reacting to it though. Like he obviously had the reactionary face when he get hit, but like he seems to lock in a little bit immediately after that. So I like that. I like the little banter between Loki and Luffy. I've talked about like Loki being like Luffy's true rival that's finally showed up after all this time in the past. Him kind of feeling away about Luffy getting the real good shot in um, when he kind of couldn't, or at least couldn't consistently get that. I like that. Him saying, "Oh, you only did this because I was able to do it." It reminded me a little bit of Law and Kid and their interaction against Big Mom. Luffy still clearly being like worried about Loki, telling him to rest up. I thought that was funny too. And then y'all talked about a little bit with the omens and them like summoning like or spawning on people and then like talking to one another, reminding you of Big Mom. I had similar thoughts, but I was like, yo, like this is kind of really broken if they can like be sentient and talk in this way. Like, so anytime I see black flames, I'm reminded of Amaterasu. And I never like from Naruto, I never finished Naruto, but like if Amaterasu was like sentient and could like go where it wants to go, you know what I mean? Like I feel like you could guide it, but in this case, it would like spawn on something here and it's like actually travels to the intended destination. And I love how Emu fights, where it's like, yo, yeah, I got that shot in on you. We're doubling back. Like I'm attacking that point because I feel like it's going to be a real vulnerability for you, a real weak point. I'll really be able to pack you up if I get into that scar you have, into that damage that I've already dealt out. I thought that was really cool. So Luffy being able to kind of peep it, I feel like. I thought that was also dope. Maybe he didn't exactly see it, but it looks like he saw it, and it just came in so fast. Lawrence, Larry, and I don't know if Lionel used to watch Bleach or not, but the way the attack, the sword kind of came out instantly like that and extended like that, it reminded me of Geen from Bleach with his sword attack that used to like automatically like attack you instantly from whatever distance you were at. I was like, I wonder if it's a similar kind of thing where like the target has to be set up and then it'll do that automatically. Um I don't know. I really did enjoy seeing that. And like Loki got cracked, bro. Like he's probably out for the count, at least for this portion of the fight. I don't know, Lawrence. You mentioned he might pass away because of all the damage being accumulated over time. I don't know that I'm there yet with Loki. I don't think Oda would introduce a character this dope and then like take him out in like a single arc. But I guess it's possible. I do think he'll have some role to play in the final war. He's just seemingly too major a person, and if he's gonna be a rival of Luffy, like he can't die this quick, you know. But I love it. Like I love Lionel. You mentioned the versatility of Imu's fighting style. I like that he can fight from any range. I like that he's able to dish out Loki clipping kind of attacks, like putting people like Loki down from even great distances like this. Like I think that's great. I'm really interested in what exactly the Omen ability is, because he's just allowing Imu to do basically anything he feels like. Like he's the dark, like we talked about before. He's dark Luffy and like I don't remember what you guys said, the most unimaginative or whatever it was, or the most sane. Like I don't remember what it was exactly, but I don't know. It's like he can spawn and do things however he feels like. Like he's basically doing Big Mom's Devil Fruit with other Devil Fruits like in one, and I really do like that. I also like that the omens were like, so they had, that was funny to me, like them missing the target and saying, oh, we're supposed to go to the chest. Like, is there gonna be a more comedic effect to like how he fights with even just the people off of him? Because Oda does like to incorporate comedy in his fighting, but I don't see Emu having that natural comedy with him. So maybe it'll come from the omens and these little mini soldiers that he has coming out. But yeah, it was dope. Huh?
What you said that also remind me of again. That's remember in Roger Rabbit when the guy shot the bullets and the
Yeah.
bullets started making voices and they thought where they go and he had to decide which go left or right to get the target. When you said that, it made me think of that.
Yeah, and I'm sure Oda was a huge Who Framed Roger Rabbit fan, considering everything that we've seen in the show. But yeah, I mean that's really all I had. I'm happy Emu's back, you know, looking like Emu. That last panel, that last page looked kind of crazy, but you know, he back. Well, Larry, that's all I got.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, like I was saying before, I'm not a huge fan of Luffy landing on Emu like this. I just think it shouldn't have happened. But other than that, when he was getting flown back, and he definitely did get cracked. I don't know if there's like some recovery behind Emu, the way the Gorosei have their recovery. I mean, towards the end of the chapter, you kind of see like he's not bleeding from his face anymore or his nose, but he's debilitating as we speak. Like there's a time limit for how long he can actually be in this form or outside in the world. So I don't know really what's going on in terms of like his immortality. I understand where everybody else's immortality comes from, but for him, it's kind of making me question, does his immortality work a little bit differently? Like he's allowed to live as long as he wants without like an external source. And also he's able to give immortality if he so wishes. And plus there's also him giving power to Sommers and killing him. And I don't know if that has like an effect on him as well. Maybe, you know, he was able to react to Luffy's punch, but basically because he's like deteriorating, we don't really know if he could just like keep up with the speed itself too. So it's like he's doing what he can in the most conventional way. So when he does these omens, and like you said, Seb, the omen ability basically is an extension of his imagination in comparison to Luffy's, where like Luffy's imagination is very it's like inward where Emu's is outward. So him sending these black flames, he's flying super far. Like Luffy punched him mad far away. Yet the black flames, when he kind of like let them loose, it didn't look like he shot them at Loki and Luffy. It's kind of like they had like a tracker and they just tracked onto the two targets. And then they, they didn't really do any harm. But when they were sentient, I was like, oh snap. Like what, like they can plan on where they want to go. Like, do they have freedom of choice to be like, all right, here's where I want to go? Or is it like Emu's will to say, hey, Omen, I need you to do this. And they end up doing it. And then it acts like a wall hack. Like it acts like an aimbot. So like to me, if Emu was like on the other side of the island, because those black flames are on Loki, I would have thought he would have just sniped Loki from across the map. Straight up. Like I would think like anywhere these black flames are, he basically is like, yo, whatever I'm about to shoot out, it's automatically going to hit its target unless the target could get rid of what I put the black flames on, which is kind of what we see in like the next part of the chapter. And then I noticed something weird too. So when Emu arrived on Elbaf, there was a lot of music playing. There was a lot of animated life coming from him. Black Flames was within the vicinity of it, right? Like anything within the black circle just came alive and music was playing. Now we see after he did Omen and they went to the part where Loki was stabbed, he does Blade of Hatred Stigma, but there's a little like ball that he shakes and it shinged like a music note. So it's like, is he using music that's coming from his Devil Fruit in conjunction with his other powers? And it's something that we kind of haven't seen from Luffy. We kind of just know that his heart plays like a certain way and there's a rhythm, and he doesn't really use that rhythm unless it's to like put himself into gear 5. So I'm thinking to myself, like, what if Luffy starts using the rhythm of his Devil Fruit? Will he be able to do certain things like Emu's doing, or something much different, like an inverse, you know? It just looks kind of crazy because it didn't even look like Loki and Luffy both have really good observation haki from what we know. And they weren't even able to perceive the killing intent of these Omen flames that were on them. It was just like annoying to them. They were like, yo, what is this? But they didn't know like with that brought whatever Emu was going to dish out afterward. So it makes you think like if these guys are using observation haki as we speak, or like future sight, then Emu's also using it, but now he's using it at like a higher level to where they can't perceive his next move. Because to be honest, I would honestly think that they would be able to perceive some of this, but it looks like they're getting hit every single time, especially with Loki. Like Loki wasn't able to land a single hit after like Emu was distracted. So it's like, I wonder what's in play right now, and I can't really figure it out. But that's really all I had. But yeah. I guess let's read some super chats, Seb, and then we'll jump right back into the chapter.
Okay. We only had the one come in, $2 from Jada Rude. It says Emu be throwing up the 6 hashtag OVO Emu. He is throwing the 6 up, which maybe is a nod to them being the devil 6.
Yeah.
Could be.
All right. I would say let's just jump to the next part of the chapter then.
Yeah, and shout out to everybody doing the jewels and all the other stuff. We got like some gifted jewels earlier, so we appreciate y'all for that. I know they sent like an Uncle alert earlier. That was pretty funny.
All right, so for the next part of the chapter, We shift back to the Nami pirates. Jinbei, Usopp, Frankie, Brook, and Nami are desperately trying to free Princess Shuri from the massive block of ice, but nothing they try works. Jinbei is exhausted. Usopp wonders if it's really made of ice. Frankie suggests it feels more like diamond, and Nami is amazed at the thought if it actually is diamond. However, they all come to the same conclusion. Whatever it's made of, Shuri will eventually suffocate if they can't break her out. Brook places his hand on the ice and says it doesn't feel cold to him. Nami immediately shouts that he can't tell because he's a skeleton. Frankie then touches the ice with his robotic arm and agrees that Brook might have a point. Nami yells at both of them, saying she had enough analysis from non humans and insists that it's definitely cold. Out of nowhere, Loki crashes down onto the giant block of ice, nearly crushing everyone beneath him. They quickly realize it's Loki, and Nami notices that Ragnar, Loki's hammer, is falling right behind him. Ragnar slams into the ice, ricochets off of it, and transforms back into its Ratatasker form. As soon as it does, the ice begins to melt. Everyone is shocked and relieved as Princess Shuri is finally about to be freed. Meanwhile, Luffy is being relentlessly pursued by Emu. Luffy realizes Emu is about to use the same attack that impelled Loki. He quickly throws away the coat carrying the Omen flames, and in doing so, barely avoids the same black blade that pierced Loki's chest. The scene then shifts to the Western Village with Team Zoro. We hear someone ask, "What are you doing here?" The other voice replies, "You must be one of the three demons." The response comes back, "The Straw Hat Crew." We then see St. Sommers standing on the deck of a ship while Zoro watches him from high atop the mast. Sommers recognizes Zoro as the swordsman he encountered earlier in the village. He asks what Zoro wants and warns him that he's going to get hurt. Zoro replies that Sommers and his allies are the ones who ruined their feast. Sommers dismisses it, saying they only came for the children and nothing else. He confidently adds that his companion will retrieve them before long. Zoro smirks and tells him that's funny because his companion headed toward that village, and his isn't coming back. Sommers asks why. Zoro calmly answers, because he'll be dead. Sommers bursts into laughter before launching an attack with his devil fruit, telling Zoro that he has no idea just how unstoppable they really are right now. And that's where the second part of the chapter comes to an end. So, this time starting with Law, what are your thoughts on everything we just covered?
Yeah, I thought it was hilarious that they're all feeling the ice, like Brooke and Frankie, and Nami's viewing them as non-humans. And it's funny because I had a whole gripe with this before because like obviously Nami was knocked out, but Brooke has shown before that he's able to feel the cold. We see him wearing like sweaters and like that, even on Punk Hazard, right? He felt the cold there. But my gripe was like, oh, and small little note that I feel like Brooke shouldn't have got passed out from the gas because he doesn't have a nose or any organs to like affect him and get passed out of the gas. But Brooke was laying there asleep with them, right? But Nami, you should know that Brooke, even though he has a skeleton, he still feels like he has like skin and organs. Strangely enough, that he does, you know. And then with the whole Frankie thing, it just made me laugh though. And I'm not lying, Sebastian. I thought of this. It's not the same, but it made me laugh. I thought of this real quick. I go, yo, Sebastian. So what knocked out Loki? Was it Emu's attack or was it the block of ice?
Oh my god, you're insane. You're insane. You're actually insane. You're actually insane. You're an actual insane.
I didn't even think of that.
You're an actual insane person, bro. If you think this is the same, I don't know what to tell you. It's just not the same.
I know they're
It's
the
not
same,
even close to the
but I
same.
thought about it and I wanted to troll you.
Oh
but,
my god. Bro.
but I thought about it immediately. Oh my gosh, I was cracking up. And to me, I was like, I thought it was kind of weird that so all Ragnar has to do is touch the block of ice and it diffuses it. Not a technique, not a command, just like, oh, so because we know he did a command to freeze Gunko, like a named attack or whatever, an ability used to freeze it. So, but to undo it, just touch the hammer, that's it. And the ice has starting to melt. So I'm like, so no command needs to be done. You're gonna touch to undo the ice, like you know. So I know Ragnar. It says like Loki said, Ragnar's the only one that can undo it. but all it takes is just a touch from it. I thought that was kind of weird because I don't think Ragnar did it on purpose. Because also I don't, and then we see later on Ragnar's like scurrying. I can't tell if he's running to Loki because it looks like he's running to Loki because Loki got hurt, or he just like, oh no, I unfroze the thing. I don't know what Ragnar's because we can't hear what he's saying. I can't wait till Chopper gets near the dude so he can start translating what Ragnar's saying so we can get at least some background from it, But we'll have to wait on that. And this one to me with the whole, I believe Luffy right now saw, I guess through like observation Haki or future sight, what was about to happen and what made him throw away his coat to like not get hit by Emu's attack. I would like to say Luffy's smart to put it together. Like, yo, it did the same. What this is from like what Loki had to him, and then that's how Emu attacked him. But maybe it's both. But I think. I guess that was Lionel probably. So I'm guessing that was future sight or observation of Haki that Luffy saw this attack coming from Emu and then got rid of his coat just in time. Right. And I'm not gonna lie, I got so confused with the panels. Like I just read the panels at first, going to like Zoro and Sommers here. I thought that little Sommers there, that little figure, was another person at first. I was like, all right, there's Sommers and Zoro. Who's this little person here? Not realizing that Zoro's up top of that tower there. He's on the ship. But I was like, is Zoro about to fight two people? And why is this person so damn small? Like, it didn't make sense to me. Then I was like, oh, Lawrence, wow. Like, pretty much that situation right here. Right. But I really liked, because we don't get this a lot from Zoro, how he's viewing Sanji right now. Right? It's like he viewed him as a companion and kind of like trustworthy that he's strong, that enough to like take out completely a knight, because we know what it takes to take him out, what was required. But Zoro shows this confidence in Sanji, not only calling him his companion, that he's like, no, your dude's not coming back. He's meeting up with Sanji. It's a done deal. We don't normally get that from Zoro at all. Like, Sanji will mention a little bit more about, no, you could trust Zoro's strength or whatever, but you barely get that from Zoro. And I love that we're getting it now, especially too with later developments. But I wonder, like, because also too, my companion thing, I wonder that means for because I know they have that rivalry too, that they don't really, because it kind of shows that they don't really like each other at all. Like, to the point where I think it was in the past, they didn't even view each other as friends. It was like kind of like, if it wasn't for Luffy, we wouldn't be even like right here. But this statement here, my companion and this trust, kind of shows a different side of how Zoro may view Sanji, And I like that, because it shows like how much they're growing, not only as people, but also like the confidence in each other and their strength wise. So I thought that was dope. Zero's perspective. And then I want to know because Sama they keep pointing out to like the strength that they have now, how top of their game, because the Omen is enhancing them for these nights. Like, what does that mean from their strength wise? Why they have such confidence? Because they clearly got their butt whipped before by Gabon, by Luffy, and all that stuff like that. So what makes you so confident now? Like, how much of a boost did Emu give you? Is it like 10-fold, 100-fold? What is it, And then what does it take to, like, I'm going to see, because we don't have much to compare beforehand, but like now, how, like, for example, we know that we know what it takes to keep them, but how much of the Conquerors is needed to now with this boost to actually take them out? How much Conquerors do they need to put into these attacks to take them out? Because they're saying that because we already know beforehand you need Conquerors to take them out, but now they're saying with this boost, I wonder if you need like what level of Conquerors to actually take these guys out to end them with this boost from Emu. And I think you ended there, and I think that's what I have for now.
Okay. Seb. Oh, Seb's
right.
gone.
Am I gone?
Where's your camera at, bro?
Yeah, you're on camera, bro.
I'm not on camera.
Nope.
Black
screen.
I mean, I could go to Lionel real quick.
Hold on, let me
We
see.
hear him, but his screen is black. Like he took off his camera or something.
Yeah, we'll go with Lionel. Sab, you
All
can
right.
fix your thing. All right, Lionel.
Like you guys said, I thought it was funny when they have which they always do that. They always have that gag where like Brooke and Frankie touching it when it should be the other humans touching it. Like I think when I think they had it when Chopper and Frankie said because we're humans when they're the only non-human people on the team. I forgot it was somebody else, but they always do a stupid gag where they're not the ones who are supposed to respond. They're not the ones who are supposed to do the action. That's a gag where the other sharks who are there should do the action or respond, but they're the ones who are not doing it. But if you understand what I mean by it, but if you go through previous other stuff, it's a straw hat gag stupidity thing. Or it does. I thought too, like Lawrence, that like it was weird that it all did was just hit it, and I wasn't think it was the impact or whatever. I don't know because it fell, but like at least we saw it. I guess it was a name attack, but I'm not sure. I don't fully remember why it froze, but it just to me it was just convenient for the ice to melt at this time. It might link into um what's going on with because I'm kind of curious with the whole Gunko and Sherry thing and with Brooke. So hopefully we get fleshed that out a little sooner than later. I thought so too as well that again I don't know what Luffy was doing when he was on the tree. Like he clearly wasn't facing Emo. Like Emo just attacked Loki, and you saw it and you saw it coming, but now Emo's like at your back, and it looks like and Luffy's like what? And he like look and he looks around. I mean, turns around and sees Emo behind him. I'm thinking, what? Why are you not bad already? What are you doing? Like, why are you distracted? Why are you not following up on your attack against Emo? Like, I don't know. Like, I found it kind of weird. What was Luffy doing?
He was looking at Loki get put. That's what he was looking.
But I thought that too. Like, he saw Loki get set flying, and I guess it goes to how big the attack was, and Luffy was in air. Like, also it could have been also trying to avoid the attack from him not getting hit as well from it. I was trying to make sense of what was Luffy doing at that moment. And maybe the attack was a lot faster also as what I'm thinking of. Like, because I guess Luffy saw Loki get hit and he was like, wow, that dude's get set flying. He's because Luffy's saying well. I guess he's saying well to the attack that Emu actually did. And now Emu's about to attack him the same way. But I noticed too, like, even that the attack that Loki did, I mean what Emu did, it was slightly different because you see a sword when Loki gets hit with it. You don't see a sword, but maybe it has to hit to be a sword. Because it looks like more of a black beam. But the same Shin thing, like you said before, the music thing, is the same thing that Emo did do. Like you see the Shin thing, but we know when we saw Loki get hit, it looks like it legit looks like a Mihawk sword again. But when Luffy dodges it, it doesn't come off as a sword. And that's the thing. I wonder if it has to hit you to become a sword. I don't know. I just found out it one's a sword and one looks more like a beam or those cloud things from Skypiea. Those those cloud attacks. Like, if you remember what Skypiea with those what it looks like. That's what I thought of. But I don't have much here. I thought it was funny with the banter with Zoro just chilling on the top of him, talking to him like, what's up? What's going on? Why are you guys here? Like, I thought it was kind of funny. I thought so too. Like, I was shocked when I saw Zoro say about Sanji, my companion. I was like, oh snap! But to me, it's not the first time the Strides show, especially not Strides, mostly Sanji and Zoro show confidence in each other. Even when they have this beef, even before, like you see Zoro and Sanji, like, yo, get the job done right. Like that happened before to this point. Even they still have that, bickering, angry, upset, like we're not cool. I'm angry that you let this happen. They both have confidence, like, yo, like at the end of the day, one of us is gonna get the job done. We are gonna get the job done. And I have confidence. Zoro has confidence in Sanji. Sanji has confidence in Zoro. So like they always just showed that to a degree. And I guess the overall the respect is growing more. But yeah, again, I was shocked to see that Zoro said that towards Sanji about the companion thing. And like again, I hope that grows into like it's cool that it's funny when they fight and bicker, but I also want that camaraderie, like that companionship, like we're bickering and fighting, we're brothers of arms at the same time. Because it's similar to like King and Queen. When I don't know their history, but like King and Queen fight each other all the time. But Queen also had confidence and thought, man, with Marco. Oh, you're still alive? King didn't take you out yet? Queen had confidence in King that Marco should be put already. And it's the same thing with Zoro and Sanji. That confidence, like, I'm surprised you're still running right now. The King that I know, you would have been done. and that's the same confidence that Zoro and Sanji have with each other. So, but yeah, that's mostly what I have here. I don't have that much on the banter with Sommers and Zoro.
All right. Seb?
All right, y'all can see me now, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So in moments like this, I always wonder, where that second attack from Emu landed, because Luffy dodges it, throws the cape, and it hits the cape, but like it still goes out into the distance. Like, does that hit somebody in the distance? I don't know. I always think about that.
Oh my God.
Yo, I'm saying, like, you just a random giant like trying to survive, and like boom, you just got hit with this crazy stigma attack. I thought the Straw Hats interaction with the block of ice was funny. Like, Nami's using her lightning on it, nothing's working, and like I'm realizing a majority of the people here just aren't human for real. Like, Frankie's human, but he's a cyborg. Brooke is human, but he's dead and a corpse. And then Jinbei is like a fishman. So when Nami's like, yo, like all the non-human interaction, I'm over. Like, I'm good. Yeah, I don't know what feelings are. Yeah, I don't know what cold and ice is. It was pretty funny to me. Loki hitting the block of ice, bruh. Like, one, it's funny, and two, like, the Straw Hats are like, they just saw Loki as this giant dragon fighting with Luffy 20, 30 minutes ago. I don't know how, an hour ago, I don't know. Right? And now he just gets sent packing into this block of ice that they can't break. And it's like, oh, snap. Like, this dude got knocked the F out. You know what I'm saying? Like, he came in, coming in really hot there. Ragnar hitting the ice and then landing like that, like melting it. I thought that was cool. But that whole scene was really dope because, to me, it reminded me of what I used to say. I don't know if y'all remember with Cracker and Luffy when Cracker got sent flying. I was always saying, like, yo, he should have landed right in front of Big Mom's like castle, like where she sits at. That would have been cool. This is like the Straw Hats seeing like their ally get sent flying back to them. And granted, most of them don't know who Loki really is at all. But I don't know. I thought that was dope. It's a real way to show like the highest levels of fighting happening here. Loki then just sliding down, like he's slumped, bro. Like, he's truly slumped. He's truly slumped. I was wondering if Ragnar actually had any sort of intention of melting this. Lawrence mentioned like it's weird that it just melted by itself with him interacting with it. I also think that's weird. But at the same time, why would he just instinctively melt it? I don't know, especially in the moment. So I was thinking maybe like there's a heat signature that's just happening with the hammer because of the Haki usage or the lightning or whatever that creates that, or maybe it really is just like anytime you make a secondary touch, it'll melt it or start melting it. Luffy and Loki fighting straight up. I'm so into that. I like that Luffy's able to use his observation Haki to see what's gonna happen and fight, and like he's jumping from tree to tree. You know, like he's in it. You know what I mean? Like, this is Elbaf. He's in it. I think y'all mentioned the blood from Emu. It seemed as though in a couple panels back, he wiped it off of himself. So that's what I took from there. Like, I don't think he's healing up in the way that the Gorosei or anything do. I think he just wiped the blood from his mouth himself. As to why he can't regenerate in the way that they do, it's probably because this is his physical body. Zoro casually talking to Sommers is kind of crazy, considering there's so much going on the island itself. Like, he's just kind of chilling, having a casual conversation with him. Like, Sanji's dealing with Zaza and the kids and killing him, and Luffy's fighting Emu, and Loki's getting sent packing, and the Straw Hats are panicking, and all this stuff. And he's just chilling. Like, he just like, hey, man, what's up? What y'all doing out here? Like, it's just kind of funny to me how calm he is, but I also really did like the reassurance that he has or the confidence he has in Sanji. I'll get deeper into it a little bit later, but like I said, these moments are few and far between from Zoro in terms of Sanji and his overall belief in him. I think it's always present. It's just not always visible from him to say nice things about Sanji. So it's good to see that. Him using the words "my companion." Obviously, he's just kind of countering what Sommers is saying, but his messaging is real. Like, well, he's fighting my companion, so like you're never gonna see your guys again, kind of thing. You know, I like that. I did like this interaction overall. I like the paneling too, how they were kind of juxtaposed with one another. Zoro on the left, Sommers on the right, and then in the middle it kind of shows the distance between them on the ship. But it's weird because people were mentioning earlier in the super chats about being hyped about like the fights, and I am hyped for this one, but this is the one I'm probably least hyped about because Sommers has been put, like I'm not used to seeing Zoro fight the dude that keeps getting whooped on. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not normally Zoro's opponent. Like I've seen Sommers lose like 5 times already. I'm not used to that with a Zoro opponent, which is probably why Zoro's so calm right now. Like it's like, all right, bro, you probably light work. I don't think he will be. Obviously, Sommers is like amped up with the Omen and stuff. Like he'll be strong. I think it'll be a difficult fight for Zoro. But I don't know. There isn't as much build up to this as there was for like Zoro fights in the past. I don't have the same respect for Sommers as I've had. Like there was a lot of conversation chapters ago about who's stronger between Killingham and Sommers. I think most people were saying Killingham. But now, like Zoro fights the second strongest guy. Sommers was the person in charge. You know what I'm saying? So, like, is he back? Are we supposed to look at him as the second strongest guy again? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. It's just kind of weird. It's not normally a Zoro opponent. So I was kind of, I don't say taken aback, but I did like this scene, and I am hyped for the fight. It's just not normally what you see. Like I've already seen Blades work, Haki and Blades work on these thorns. Like you know what I'm saying? Like I've seen it. So, I don't know. This is probably the fight I'm least hyped about, but I'm sure Odo will make it stick for me on some level. But yeah, I agree with y'all. I love seeing Zoro give Sanji that credit, that clout. And even more so because, I mean, we'll get into the Conqueror's Haki stuff, but Zoro learned from Gabon what it takes to put down these guys. And he was there when Sanji asked that question. So, I don't know if Zoro is already seeing that Sanji has Conqueror's Haki or whatever. But he's extremely confident that he's going to be able to handle it and everything that goes with it that's happening in the village over there. And this is the kind of camaraderie. This is the feeling you have when it's the Pirate King's crew. This is a Yonko crew. We talk about it all the time. The Straw Hats need to feel more like a Yonko crew. That like we want to have interactions like they're a Yonko crew. Zoro having confidence that one of his partners in this thing can handle somebody like one of these God's Knights that you need Conqueror's Haki for, maybe you call it plot, whatever. But in general, I like seeing that. I like having these moments in the story where you get that from them. So that's it for me. I'll pass it back to Larry.
All right. Yeah, you guys said a lot. I guess my poneglyph theory is wrong. If these ice blocks are cold, nobody's ever said the poneglyphs were cold. So that's down the drain off of that little thing. I'm really interested to, I really was thinking we were going to get some Princess Shuri being held by Brooke, and then Brooke asking her like, hey, are you like, are you like good, or did you like, are you alive? And then she like opens her eyes and says, oh, are you Brooke? And then like they have like a little thing. But then all of a sudden Loki just crashed down. I was like, Jesus, bro. I did not expect Loki to crash down the way he did. And you know what's crazy? Like this block of ice is so hard, and yet he hits the back of his head on it. So if the attack that Emu did to him hasn't murked him, I'd be completely like, yeah, him landing the way he landed on his ice probably murked him. But he's most likely just knocked out. So because we saw him take the attack from Shamrock's ability, and he was fine afterwards. You know what I'm saying? So Loki has some of the most insane durability within the show from what we've seen. So I expect him to be up and running again, which is crazy. Lawrence did bring up a good point about Ragnar. I don't know if Ragnar did this on purpose. I think it was definitely a mistake. I think most likely all he does need to do is hit the ice, and then all of a sudden it starts melting. Because I don't understand why he would just melt the ice without Loki telling him to do so. You feel me? Mm-hmm. So I think this was on accident. I really do. Luffy, man. we always talk about like how smart he is and his battle IQ. This is just smart. This is something that happened in Naruto when Sasuke was using his Sharingan to spit Amaterasu at a random like samurai guy during the Kage meeting. Gara was able to detect that all you needed to do was take off the armor that was set on fire, because that armor was going to burn through no matter what. Like nothing could take the flames out unless Sasuke did it. So to see like Luffy has an IQ to know, oh, this is the reason why it's happening, and then throw it. I think I give that to Luffy's IQ more than I do observation Haki. Maybe I'm wrong though, because it did look like he used observation Haki to see what was going to happen before it happened, and then he threw the code off. I think it goes both ways. I think he's smart enough though too, in battle. Um, Emu looks menacing, bro. Bro, just literally throwing up the six, like he's a true blood, bro, for sure.
Mm.
But if you guys ever noticed when there's sound effects coming right before this fight switches over to like Zoro and Sommers, Luffy's turning into gear 5 as we speak.
Mm-hmm.
It goes doom da da da, like right before the page flips over. So
Oh,
it's
shoot.
good to see that Luffy's jumping into gear 5 because
Oh, I didn't even peep that. Yeah, I didn't peep that. Dope.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Also,
actually, because
no, my bad. Go.
no, that makes sense. You see, like when you look at it, you see Emo get serious at the last panel. Like
Mm-hmm.
you look at his face. I didn't peep up, but now you look at he looks up like he gets serious. Like he knows Nika's coming. Like, but I didn't peep that. That's a good thing. I know.
The other thing I wanted to mention was I didn't think this was happening at first because I thought it was just flame related. But when Loki gets stabbed with the blade of hatred stigma, there's actual Conqueror's Haki on it, I believe. Like I think he's infusing it
Seemingly, yeah.
because it looks more significant when he does it to Luffy. But the first time I didn't notice that there was actual like Haki on it. I thought that was just like the sword itself, like whatever Omen was, that's what it was. But on the one with Luffy, you can clearly see like he's infusing Haki into his devil fruit. I love that. I love that that's just being detailed because we've been every time we like power scale and debate, I always bring up the fact that you can't just use devil fruit abilities against Haki users because it's just going to get canceled out. Emu's showing exactly what I've said before, that if you use your devil fruit and you infuse your Haki into it, that's when your devil fruit matters. That's the only time it matters during this point of the story. So if your Haki isn't up to par with the other person's, your devil fruit's going to just get canceled out. And I really love this because now it's like, yo, you guys see what I'm talking about. Like this is what the high tiers do. This is what Whitebeard was capable of doing. Like these are like what Luffy was doing against Kaido and what Kaido was doing against Luffy. It's just this. Like this is the most simple way I can tell you. Infusing Haki into your devil fruits is going to make you way stronger than somebody that just uses pure devil fruit, which is like Kid, right? And I know people are going to be like, well, Haki sometimes leaks out. That's true. But then there's also, you have to know what you're doing. You have to actually like use properties correctly. If not, you're going to use it incorrectly and then get bodied by somebody that knows what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? Um, Then we go to Zoro and Sommers. I love this, bro. I love it because when we were in Wano and we were on Onigashima and Zoro had to look up at a Lunarian, and that Lunarian was saying how they were so much more superior to Zoro just because of genetics. It's kind of like Sommers is now where Zoro was. And Sommers thinks he's just a god, right? And he's looking up at Zoro, where King was. But Zoro has something that Sommers doesn't have, which is Conqueror's Haki. And he knows how to utilize it. And he knows what it takes to beat a celestial dragon. So it's kind of like Oda's inversing it now and saying, well, this is what I've earned through adversity. And this is what I'm capable of now compared to what you were given. And I'm just going to beat you eventually. I loved that. I love this panel. It just looks super cool to me. I don't expect Zoro to ever talk crap about Sanji to their enemies. I want to mention that because I feel like a lot of people are like, yo, Sanji's getting like uplifted and he's getting complimented by Zoro and Larry hates it. It's not like that at all. It's not at all. I love that he's doing that because this is what the Straw Hats do to all of their enemies. They always sacrifice for each other, right? The same way Zoro sacrificed himself instead of Sanji versus Kuma on Thriller Bark. He cares about Sanji as much as he like talks crap, but he knows Sanji is capable because if he's not capable, then they wouldn't make it so far. And they all have this deep belief in one another. And I think that's exactly why the Straw Hats have come so far because they trust one another. And the same thing goes for when like they were seeing each other but going in opposite directions. They fully believe that both of them were going to be able to take care of their responsibility of whatever issue they were going to face. If not, they wouldn't made it this far. So I love that Zoro was like, yo, you're not understanding. I hate that dude, but like he's a real dude. Like I got a guy that could move other guys. He's not just the guy's guy. He's my guy. You know what I'm saying?
You guys might have guys, but I got guys. Okay.
Okay.
So I definitely loved the fact that Zoro was, you know, telling somebody that believes his crew can just be easily taken out. And he's like, nah, bro, that's my set. Like that's my crew. Like that's my guys. So regardless of who it is, Zoro would say this about anybody. Literally anybody. The same way Sanji believed in like Robin. You know what I'm saying? Or like the many times where like, you know, any of the times you could think of when the Straw Hats needed each other. They would definitely get through. I do wonder what Sommers and Killingham's immortality is going to be. I think that's going to be very important for me, determining what happens next. Because I would assume their immortality is stronger and Conqueror's Haki is a little bit less effective than it was before because of Omen being attached to them. And like Lawrence, Sebastian was saying, like he's not excited for this fight because Sommers has gotten beaten so many times. But this is kind of like Sommers being Super Saiyan now. You know, like he has this humongous power up, and I don't know what that attributes to. I think it makes sense for Zoro to refine his Conqueror's Haki, even though he's capable of using it at will and he knows how to use it. I wouldn't say he has mastery over it, but I do think that he is very far in realizing the things that he can do with it and how to utilize it. So him being put to the test with his immortality gimmick, it's like I expect him to be like a master of Conqueror's Haki now after this fight, but also to obtain another level of it. And maybe that's just me like hoping, you know, somebody that's on the cusp of mastering Conqueror's Haki is going to go to like a new level. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see. So it's really all I got for these parts of the chapter. But yeah, Seb, if you want to take it over for super chats.
Oh,
Yeah.
I want to ask two questions.
Oh yeah.
Well, one was not a question. I was gonna bring up like with the whole Sommers thing. Actually, I get you,
Hold on.
but I don't.
Lionel, pull the mic a little bit away from you because you're a little loud. Yeah.
How about now?
A little bit loud still. The hell? Why is he so loud?
How about now? I pulled the chair closer. That's probably why.
Yo, why are you louder? I'm so confused.
Yeah, he's so loud now.
Really?
Yeah,
That's
talk
better.
right there.
How about now?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I was saying pretty much. I get what you're saying with the whole Sommers thing, but I have some pushback mostly because it goes to the thing when people say, "Oh, the vice animals are this, the vice animals are that." If you're losing something that you're supposed to, that's not to me is not really a downplay on that character. Like Sommers is losing to Gaban. Of course, he's gonna lose to Gaban. Even at old age, it makes sense. Again, of course he's gonna lose to Luffy. Like they're Summers is the type of person who should not like if Summers got like a good showing against both of them, that's bad on Luffy and Gaban, honestly. To me, like it makes sense. Like if it was anybody else that's who are not put on this level, then I'm like, okay, yeah. But no, the fact that it's Luffy, bro. It's Gaban, the second strongest in the Pirate King's crew. Is like Summers shouldn't really be doing anything to them, honestly. And now we're like, because I thought of the whole thing with. Sorry, what you gonna say?
No, go ahead.
Because I thought of again, it's like Lucci. We saw Lucci get put by Luffy. You might say that Lucci had a better showing. You could say Lucci had a better showing than Sommers, but regardless, he still lost and got put. Like Lucci couldn't really do anything to Luffy. Zoro still fought him though. Like to me, it's like something similar. Whether you have Lucci over Sommers, that's like whatever. But like to me, it's like the same thing. Like he's still relevant to his strength, especially now he got like how Lucci got like a awakening. Someone's got like an upgrade through Imu. So it's a little like that's what I view it as that. And the other thing I was gonna bring out, do you think, and it might add to what Zoro said, I mean it could be nothing. Do you think Zoro was there? Because he was there. Like Sanji, I don't want to jump into like the new panels, like whatever, but like do you think Zoro heard what Gaban said to Sanji?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why I was started thinking, like I didn't think of it. Like I thought like Zoro stepped away or whatever. But now I'm thinking Zoro, like it's all happened right then and there. I think Zoro got confirmation kind of applying like what Gaban said. And now he realizes yo, Sanji in a way is like me now. But whether again what proceeds to what we know what's gonna happen, but like proceeds to be like the fact that he found out confirmation by another Conqueror saying that you have it too is like okay. There's a new honor respect I think that Zoro got for Sanji now. But but that's what I thought. But I want to confirm with you guys because I didn't really think Zoro was there. I thought Zoro just walked away or they had a private conversation, but no, they kind of probably like Zoro was there the whole time. So that's
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think Zoro heard that conversation, which is part of the reason why he was like so confident. But also, in terms of like what I was saying regarding Sommers, it's not even a knock on Sommers. It's just my hype level for him versus Zoro. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just not used to Zoro's opponents getting treated in that way before he fights them. Lucci was already like, yo, I'm not used to that, and it happened, and now it's happening again, and it's like worse now. You know, granted, like you're right. Sommers was fighting people above his weight class. I'll tell you before anybody else. Like, yo, losing to people stronger than you doesn't mean you're weak, whatever. But like, I don't know. Like Sommers ain't doing it for me right now, dog. You know what I'm saying? Like to me, like I'm gonna be like, yo, Zoro, why you struggling? When I shouldn't, but that's how I'm gonna feel. If
But
he
that-
is. You know
But that's where the emu boost plays in. Like that's what I'm asking. How much did it boost him? Was it 10-fold or 100-fold? Because Sommers like both of them are hyped. They're like almost like how Luffy felt when he ate all that Elba food taking on Emu. They're like, yo, they kind of view themselves. We are unbeatable right now. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like even
I think what we need to see is some elevated like performance from them, like immediately, with the Omen boost for me to be back hype. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, like something crazy from the Omen specific boost that's highly like, yo, I'm doing this now that I couldn't do before because of Omen. And granted, Sommers is already phrasing it in that way, like how on top of our game we are. Like that's alluding to like the boost that he got. And again, this isn't Sommers. This is Super Sommers, right?
Yeah.
Which Luffy and Gaban didn't fight. But I don't know. I'm just again not used to Zoro, but like King doesn't get put like this. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't see King get walked through.
That's what's kind of hard because all we saw all we saw Sommers do is face somebody above his weight class. Rayleigh, Gabon, Luffy. Just like, what do you expect me to do? It's like we never got anybody that's well to his strength, or like he didn't never have a good showing. Again, who could have a good showing? If you keep on fighting like Kid, it's like same with Kid. Kid's fighting Kaido. He's fighting Big Mom. He's fighting like, all right, the only person he got is a Pooh. Who's Pooh? He's not Apu's not really anybody like that to a degree that we saw that we could give credit to Kid beating. You get me? Like he's there, but like, come on, bro. He's not the top supernovas. We got Zoro and Sanji over Apu. So like, it's hard to gauge his strength because we don't see anybody, there that he actually did good against off showing wise.
Fair. All fair. Either way, I ain't as hype. Great, bro. I'll take back to the facts.
All right. You want to do some super chats, Seb, and then we'll jump into the final part of the chapter.
All right. We got 5 from Roberto Figueredo. And guys, hit that like button. It helps with the YouTube algorithm. I see 570 people in here, but only 277 likes. Hit that like. But yeah, 5 from Roberto Figueredo. It says, there's a lot of people saying that Emu's body now was stolen from the original Joy Boy. What y'all think about that one?
What? Emu's body was stolen from the original Joy Boy. I'm trying to.
You got some like Orochimaru?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking from that, or Naraku or something. I don't know, man. The body snatching thing isn't unfamiliar in anime. I don't know that I would like that. I guess it's possible.
It made me think of like Dio from JoJo's Adventure. He does that. It's like the most grimy thing he did. No, he's done way grimier things. I wouldn't like it.
Wait, is it going to like the fight with Emu and Joyboy that Joyboy lost, but Emu got such heavy damage from the fight that he had to switch another body? Is that what's being applied?
This is what it seems like. That he did like a Madara.
Yeah, or that he always wanted his body in some weird way. You know what I'm saying?
That's how I be feeling about Seb, bro.
Mm-hmm. No, I feel like if Emu's supposed to represent the devil and envy and jealousy, wow. Scared to talk, man. Scared to talk now. But yeah, as I was saying, if Emu, has some envy in him, which I feel like we would all probably agree to, that there could be like I wanted to be Joy Boy, I wanted your spot, I wanted what you got in him. I wouldn't be shocked at that for Emu.
I hope not. I would look at Emu different, and he would it would be a downscale for me if he was like that.
Or no, another 16 months at Nakama status from Doug Missy says, can't wait to hear Larry's take on Sanji's Haki. Coming up soon, y'all. Coming up soon.
Yeah, just wait on it.
Another 10 from Snoopy. It says, I wonder if Emu is based off of Shuten Doji. They are depicted as king of Oni who lived on a high mountain. Maybe Emu is stuck in Mary Joie and uses Omen to infuse their hearts with the flame to make steel. Part 2, he continues, another 5. LOL. And is weakened when he leaves. Also, could explain how his power is this flame and can hit anything where the flame is at or touches. Hashtag TOPT. Interesting. I'm not familiar with the Shuten Doji. So I have to look that up. At least what the reference is there exactly. But that'd be interesting. Infuses their hearts with the flame to make steel. And is weakened when he leaves. Well, the weakened when he leaves seems to track. Infusing the hearts part is where I'm kind of, I don't know yet. But it is flames. He's definitely using fire abilities, so or at least some semblance of flame. I don't know. I'd have to research this a little bit. Maybe I'll look it up.
I don't know. I don't really have an answer. I wish I did.
Yeah, in Wikipedia, which I mean, maybe I shouldn't use Wikipedia, it says the Shuten Doji, also sometimes called, it just uses some kanji here, is a mythical oni or demon leader of Japan who, according to a legend, was killed by the hero of Minotauro no Raiko. Although decapitated, demon's detached head still took a bite at the hero, who avoided death by wearing multiple helmets stacked on his head. Shuten Doji has his lair in the Mount Oi, northwest of the city of Kyoto, or Mount Ibuki, depending on the version. It has also been theorized that the original mountain was Mount Oi on the western edge of the city of Kyoto. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Oda be biting, man. Oda be taking inspiration from a lot of people and a lot of folklore. So it's very possible that he heard this story growing up and made the final villain of his, or story based off it in some way. So I wouldn't be shocked. All right, another 5 from Kidadani. I'm starting to hate people in the crew don't teach others how to use Haki/techniques. The last training we had was Usopp giving Nami the staff. He continues, another 5. Like nobody else wanted to know how to walk on air/do the 3-pace hum technique. Imagine Nami with better observation, or Chopper with Fishman karate. This comes up every so often. I know it's something that we've talked about a few times about the Straw Hats sharing information and getting stronger using each other's techniques and things like that. I actually kind of like that they have their own fighting styles and don't, incorporate the other things that they learn. I know it makes them weaker overall, but I think it gives a dynamic feel to each of their fights where it's like, okay, this is a Nami fight, this is a Frankie fight, this is a Sanji fight, etc. If they were kind of doing each other's things, I'd be like, well, I mean, I'm just watching Nami fight in a different body, or vice versa. That's me though. I might be the only one who thinks that.
I mean, I think it depends because for instance, we saw in Wano Robin legit do Fishman karate at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Like she knows something that Jimmy knows a little bit, but like to me, I think it comes in circumstances, and I think like what Sebastian said, I agree with you because he actually, if you look at it, they actually had a reference to that, and Oda kind of probably put it in a nutshell. For instance, the whole point with Odin, that remember Odin usually tried to teach his scabbards his techniques. And what does Skyra say? He's like, yo, we have our own. Like, we don't even they have Odin, they view Odin this. You were like, we're good though, bro. We have our own styles, we have our own fighting style, we have our own techniques. Like, we don't want to learn yours. And we know how much they respect and how much they love Odin, but they still didn't want to do it until he died, until he passed. And the only time they did do it is against Kaido because in Odin's memory. But that was it. So just like that kind of fits into everybody's like the whole point with for instance, when he mentioned Roger, he says divine departure, and he said that nobody else could learn it. And Larry said that Rave has his own. That could be a good point. Like, what if, for instance, we understand Shanks because he idolizes Roger. Like Shanks kind of views Roger as his type of father. So you could understand why Shanks would want to learn it. But they never said that Rayleigh, Caban, and any of them wanted to learn it. He probably didn't care to. He's like, yeah, that's Roger's technique. That's Roger's style. I have my own techniques. I have my own style. I'm a conqueror myself. So I don't need to learn Rogers. I have my own stuff. So it goes into like their thinking wise. If they want to learn, they could, but just like, I don't need it. I have my own stuff I could do. So like I think that's what Oda kind of put it as that. But yeah.
All right. We got another 12 months at Nakama status from Toxic Tastes. It says, wishing y'all a good week. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
You too. Another 13 months at Nakama status from Daimyo Dial. It says, Prez unfreeze red cards like Loki, the ice block. Yo, I don't know what happened with that, but, I'm glad Ballingun is going to be able to play. Because that was kind of wild. Like, I don't think he did much to be getting red cards for all that. You know what I'm saying? I just didn't feel that. Another 5 from Wise Life Gaming. Better fusion. Whitebeard as a Lunarian or Garp as an Ancient Giant. Hashtag I can smell them. Hashtag this is to unlock law. Hashtag he can dodge it. Hashtag I like how you do. I like how you do business. Hashtag Blunt's Kingdom season. I don't know, man.
They said Garp as a giant or ancient giant?
Ancient Giant.
Whitebeard as a Lunarian for me.
I think that's where I'm going to. Yeah.
Because if he might be part giant anyway.
Yeah.
Whitebeard?
Like Buccaneer or whatever he got going.
I think if they said Garp was a ancient giant, then I'd probably go with that.
They said Ancient Giant, Larry. They said
Oh,
Ancient Giant.
they did. Oh, my bad.
So I'll say this though. I don't feel like, and maybe I'm tripping. Does Garp actually get stronger?
Yeah.
Like, does he though? Like his Haki is what makes him super strong. Like I guess maybe he's able. He's not faster as an Ancient Giant, and he's already able to hit at like the highest tier of punching power. You know what I'm saying? Like he's more durable, sure, but like the durability you get as being a Lunarian with the flame on is superior to that. You know? So like
I would say, but for instance, Garp, like base, like not non-giant, only hits as strong as probably a regular giant, like on a regular punching basis. Now, if you're accurate, picture all the speed feats that Garp is doing now. Picture Garp right now, but he's just ancient giant. That's
would
what
he
I
not
view
be
it.
slower? Like, you know what
No,
I'm
I'm
saying?
thinking he's sharing that speed.
Like, would he not be slower?
I know. I'm thinking he's like that speed he has as a base is the same as an ancient giant. Like he's not getting any slower.
Yeah.
That's what I view it.
That's one of the reasons why, like, I was like, if he's an ancient giant, then I'm probably switching over, bro.
Yeah.
He's gonna be super fast. We've seen what Harold was capable of at 15 years old and how strong he already was. Then you're talking about this same Harold doing punching bags, like battleship punching bags, for as long as he was doing. And that's before like the Haki comes into play. So he's not even doing battleship bags at this point. He's probably punching like Elbaf mountains. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then you got to add in the speed. Then you have to add in the insane amount of Haki that he's going to have. I mean, he probably number one in a verse.
No, word.
Serious.
That's fair. All right.
Because honestly, I'm not gonna like all Whitebeard gets is that flame mine durability and increased speed, but take that durability away.
Yeah.
Like it's an enhancement, but compared to an ancient giant, nah, bro. Like because it's Garp. We're saying because it's Garp specifically.
So Seb, think about it this way: if ancient giant Garp did critical mass Supreme King Haki,
you know what? I think y'all sold me, bro.
Right.
I think y'all
that'd be probably the scariest thing ever.
Yo, he's destroying an island, bro. Like,
and he's living for like 300 plus years, like human years.
That's the other part.
He's gonna be in his
other part.
That's Lawrence's favorite character. He in his prime for like 100 years.
The problem is he a Marine though. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's kind of crazy, bro. You a Marine? Ancient giant Garp Marine critical mass Haki and on Pirates, dog. Roger Cook.
Listen, bro. You see how Lawrence's camera just went out? That's how emotionally invested he was. All right. It's the scariest thing ever, bro.
Yeah.
Like, put it this way too. If we wanted to take it a step further, and I know it's through what do you say, Seb? Through reasonable and
fair and reasonable speculation.
Do you guys think Ragnar would find him as a great choice?
Garp?
Yes. No, definitely yes.
What's definite about it? We don't know what that entails. Does he want to protect Elbaf?
Law
What are we doing?
Law wasn't here. Law wasn't here.
Am I back?
Law.
Okay.
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah, you're back.
Law. I brought a question to everybody. I said, Garp being an ancient giant, is it fair and reasonable to think that Ragnar would probably choose him too?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yo,
bro.
We don't know what goes into that. Like, we just don't. We don't know what it actually means to be chosen by Ragnar. Yes, a part of it was strength, but we don't know if that's all it is. If that's all it is, yeah, he'll be chosen for sure.
It better not be his eyes. I'm gonna be annoyed at Oda.
I thought that too.
It could be the desire to save Elbaf. Like, we don't know what it is exactly. But if it's just strength, yeah. But now we giving him that though. You know what I'm saying? Like, we giving him that too. Like, that's not Garp. You know what I'm saying? Like, we giving him a whole hammer that does magic. Like, we doing that? I say, why not? We got another 41 months at Nakama status from our guy Nerd Taku. It says, this chapter is dope. New Sanji was a conqueror! Exclamation point. Me too, man. We'll get into it in a little bit. Another 5 from Kid Adani. It says, Law, put your head completely down for a second. Don't he look like the character you haven't unlocked yet? Like he watching the stream in incognito mode. Yeah, we were making this joke earlier. It was so funny, bro. Go back of like an hour or two for Larry trolling Lawrence. Yo, the mystery dude one is so gold, bro. If y'all don't know about that video, man, hit me up on Discord. I'll share it. It's one of the funniest. Oh, he brought it back. It's so funny, bro. Oh my gosh. But yeah, another 15 months at Nakama status from the thick French boy. Okay. Luffy painting his Gear 5 hair black looks base form. What? I mean, will we see a black-haired Gear 5? I don't know that we'll ever see that. Truly. That'd be pretty cool, I guess. Like Super Saiyan with black hair. You know. Another 5 from Andrew C. It says, "Hey y'all, it's been a minute since I've caught a live pod, but do you think Zoro was maybe so confident in Sanji because he could feel Sanji's Conqueror's Haki?" Maybe. It's possible that Zoro's like felt it before, or like just the conversation there felt it. Or just blind belief that your boy might have it. You know what I'm saying? It could be that too. Because if Zoro's unaware that he got it, I don't think he's out here scoping that Sanji got it anytime before Elbaf. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how that works. Like, I don't think that would work personally. But yeah. Another 5 we got 5 gifted memberships from Andrew C. So thank you. Throw the Nakama fist up or throw the new Nakama emojis that we have in the chat up, man. Appreciate that. Another 10 from Taco de Locklear. It says, Luffy hears the drums of liberation, but perhaps the original Nika and Joy Boy inherited different songs. Perhaps Luffy's ultimate awakening is his personal tune for his awakening. Nika's song remix. I like that as a concept, but any song that's supposed to represent the Straw Hats and Luffy specifically should probably come from Brook. Just thematically. But that sounds pretty cool. Thank you, Poda, for the gifted. That sounds pretty cool. With Oda's recent focus on music as a whole, I could see something like that coming into play. Like we're hearing music directly from Imu and his attacks casually now, so maybe it starts playing a really bigger role in this thing. We got another 2 from Mask Menace. It says, "Y'all want 100 or 200? 100 or 200? What?
0.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Just send a hug.
But I'm gonna go 200.
200 hugs? That's what you're saying?
200 hugs.
Imagine.
hugs.
It's a lot of hugs.
200 hugs.
200 hugs.
That's a lot of hugs.
200
Man.
hugs.
A lot of hugs.
Okay. We got another 2 months at knockup status from Dakota. It says, want to catch, y'all be sending these jewels while I'm reading the super chats. They be in the way. All right. Want to catch a phone call sometime. I got theories. All right. If you want to be on a call in, you'll have to become a tiered member on the Discord of Warlord or higher. We're going to be doing a call in stream tomorrow night, probably 5:30, 5:15, something like that. But yeah, you have to become a tiered member on our Discord, and then you'll have the Discord voice channel there. Larry, I don't know if you figured out the call in portion for these streams. If you want to do that at all going forward or what. But guaranteed spot in call-ins would be Tuesdays.
Yeah, that would be cool. You know what I was thinking about doing too?
Hmm.
I was thinking about doing where we create in the Discord a certain chat room and they could leave us like voicemails.
Like,
And then we could
LOL
like
does?
yeah, and then whatever voice memos or messages that are the most liked, we end up reading on stream.
Okay. I like that. That'd be pretty
Yeah,
cool.
that's pretty cool.
Well, then
No.
we'd have to listen to all the voice messages, man.
No, we just listen to the ones that are like the most liked.
Mm-hmm. All right. Just make sure y'all not cursing when we do that, man. You know, y'all be wilding. Y'all be wilding, bro. Oh, man. Mass Menace did send the 200. It wasn't
Mask
hugs.
Menace, bro.
It wasn't hugs.
What's
And then
wrong with
there's
you,
no
bro?
super chat attached, bro.
You
How
should have
you
just
sit?
you should have skipped it, bro.
I'm not bro. Thank you.
Mass
Those
Menace, bro.
W's. I just
Thank you.
I just don't
Appreciate
get.
you.
I don't know how to react to that when like there's no super chat attached. Like you could have said all the things.
Yeah.
You know.
That's a lot of love. Thank you so much for the love, man.
Because he's like,
You-
oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
if you've been here long enough, you already know we might underwhelmingly perform a thank you. It's just how do you say thank you in the most proper way to something like this? So, listen, man, for me personally, just thank you so much. That's so much support. It's crazy, especially for our first stream, second stream doing virtually, and then moving forward. You know, crazy.
Yeah, man. Yeah, throw the W's in the chat for Mass Menace, man. He ain't need to send all that. Thank you, bro.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we got another 5 from Josie Dirts. It says in Japanese, Zoro refers to Sanji as Doryu, which is a term that is normally used for someone who you believe is of equal role or status to yourself. Oh, that's a nice little, Easter egg there. It's pretty cool. All right, I like that. Another 2 from Liquid Theory. It says the hammer is near Usopp and Loki is down. It's time. Oh man, I forgot. It was in my notes and I bypassed it. Yo,
I thought of that too, but I was like, I know it's not gonna happen. All right.
we need
know.
Biplo involved to make the hammer a little smaller. We might need Chopper to do a little bit of communicating and translating on behalf of Usopp. But hey,
dude,
why not? It's all here. It's all there.
Usopp can't even lift the scroll version of Ragnar. All right. All right. He's not even doing that.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny.
I don't know, man. I can see it, bro.
What if he's actually as heavy as the hammer?
That would be crazy. Why are you so fat?
Let's do 2 more, Seb.
Okay. All right. Yeah. We got 5 from Zero Art. It says, hey, what up? Me and my brother have been debating this. Who's stronger? Current Jinbei versus current Frankie with the Super Cola. Big fans, by the way. Keep it up. I love hearing when there's like brothers who are fans of the channel because like we all brothers. And we just be arguing about One Piece, and this is probably what we'd have been doing 10 years ago. But who y'all got? Jinbei versus Super Frankie with the Super Cola.
Jinbei.
I got Jinbei.
Jinbei.
Yeah, I still got Jinbei too. It's too much experience, too much hacks on his side. I need to see more from Super Cola Frankie. I'd like to say that he could box with Jinbei. I just don't think he could win that. All right now.
It would depend on Frankie acquiring the Super Cola, you know? And what's to
Well,
say, like, Jinbei
it
can't
says,
even manipulate it?
that's a good point. That's
Yeah,
a
he
good
takes the
point.
super cola out of his body.
He just drinks it.
Jinbei drinks it instead of.
Yo, is Jinbei just a terrible matchup for Frankie, bro? You got cola, he's running on liquid.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, I
Well,
definitely got Jinbei now.
Well,
Shoot.
it depends, right? Because Frankie needs the Omni converters in order to what? Suck in whatever like elements that are happening. So like if he does like fire, that gets translated to Super Cola. Because when Vegapunk gave it to him, what he just did he did the fire, right? If I remember correctly.
I don't even remember.
Or did he
Gal
do the thunderstorm?
I don't remember. But
'Cause he
Larry,
would
the
have to have-
super chat is asking Frankie with the super cola, so he already has it, like in the fight.
Yeah. I'm trying to think what it was like before though.
Didn't just Frankie jump up really high in the air and then he punched the creature?
Yeah. But I think it depends because if he does fire, then I don't think like Jinbei can manipulate that part, you know? Because it is Super Cola, but then it's not like actual like liquid. You guys get what I'm saying or no?
Yeah, like it's just some other non-tangible thing. I don't know. Hey,
I don't even remember what chapter it was when that was happening.
It's only like a few back.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that much back.
it's probably like 7 or 8 chapters ago. Probably less than that even.
Because the flashback wasn't that long.
Yeah, it was like a 3-chapter flashback, if that. Like it started at the end of one, and then ended at the beginning of one, and then there was like 2 in between. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. But it sounds like we all got Jinbei. So
Yeah.
all right. And then we got another 2 from Josie Dirts. It says, I think the Straw Hats have always felt Sanji's self-loathing. I don't know about always.
That's so funny.
I don't know always. Luffy was feeling it on Baratier and the whole, I owe this person a debt and everything. Luffy was definitely feeling that in that moment. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it collected heat energy and then it froze everything. But then there's also like one where it collects that's heat energy and it transformed it into like a drink. I don't know, man. If it gets turned into liquid, I think Jinbei could just do something with it. It's chapter 1176, page 8 through 9.
I feel like even if Jinbei can't, I think he still got it. You know what I mean? I think he still got it.
Yeah.
All right. You said you want to move on, Larry? Or go back to the chapter? Okay.
All right, let's get back to the chapter. So, for the final part of the chapter, we head over to the western village. Rain is pouring down as if the sky itself has split in half. Zaza, the sleep tid, is fighting against the giant parents whose children are being taken away. Sanji lights a cigarette and quickly assesses the situation. He points out that the first problem is Zaza, who is kidnapping the children, but he says he won't be the one to save them. The second problem is the mothers, whose desperate cries make the entire scene unbearable. On top of that, Zaza is a woman, so Sanji refuses to kick her, while the giant parents won't give up until they get their children back. We then see Ripley crying out for Colin, who desperately calls back to her. Sanji says the third problem is that he can't stand seeing a woman cry, but he won't involve himself in the fight against Killingham, because Killingham is the true source of everything happening. He flicks his cigarette away and immediately launches a kick at St. Killingham. Sanji shouts that killing him may be able to escape the giants, but he won't escape him. Killing him complements Sanji's strength, but Sanji responds that he's putting an end to this once and for all. Killing him calls Sanji a fool. He explains that there's a difference between being tough and being immortal, and that's why Sanji can't defeat him, even if he somehow manages to strip away his powers. Sanji responds that he knows what the God's Knights are weak against. Killing him laughs, finding the statement amusing. He taunts Sanji, saying that unless he can use the color of the Supreme King, he has absolutely nothing to fear. Killingham retaliates with a powerful attack, sending Sanji crashing through a wall. As he's launched backward, Sanji remembers Gibbon's earlier conversation with Zoro about his Conqueror's Haki being misused. The memory continues as Sanji asks Gibbon if he also possesses Conqueror's Haki. Gibbon replies that Sanji absolutely has the potential to awaken it, but for some reason, he carries a streak of masochistic instability. Gibbon tells him that if he truly wants to make Luffy the king of the pirates, then he must become a king himself. The chapter then cuts to Luffy in Gear 5 standing before Emu. Emu addresses him as Joy Boy, but Luffy immediately yells back, telling Emu to stop calling him by all these different names. He's Luffy, the man who will become king of the pirates. And with that, the chapter comes to an end. So, starting with Seb, what are your thoughts on the final part of the chapter?
Absolutely loved it. Peak fiction. 10 out of 10. No notes. No notes. No, I'm kidding. I did love it though. I really did. The framing around it, Sanji assessing the situation that killing him has put the children and the giants in, realizing he can't fight this demon, this monster, because it's a woman. He lights the cigarette. Him realizing he won't be able to save the kids because of this, like realizing the problems and assessing it. Really, really love that. I love to see Ripley call out to Colin and Sanji kind of having to eat that. Like, dang, like I want to save them, but I can't. They're going to continue to fight after these kids. And then him attacking, killing him because he realizes he's the root of the problem. And it's funny because like Sanji has to have these kinds of realizations because if he just went out there and did fight the giant like water demon, would he be able to save everybody? You know what I'm saying? Like, would he actually? Like, you have to get rid of the source of the problem. But I really, 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 really enjoyed the interaction that they have there. And Sanji basically saying, like, I know your weak point. I know that you're weak to Conqueror's Haki. And then killing him laughing because he doesn't sense any Conqueror's Haki on Sanji. Like, you're telling me you can use it. Granted, I don't know if killing him has the ability to sense this or not. But the flashback to Gabon having this conversation with Sanji, and shout out to Sanji season, shout out to the gang, you know, all the Sanji stands out there. HD, I know you out there. Traverse, I saw you in the chat. You know, Sanji's alchemy. We did it. It's here. We did it, man. It took a long time. Long and arduous road, but we here, man. Granted, it didn't happen just yet. But in One Piece, there's no way Oda would frame this in this way without the eventual reveal that Sanji will have Conqueror's Haki. And I love the way Oda framed it. You know, he has Sanji ask. He's like, "Yeah, you have the potential for it, but he senses this like the phrasing was a little weird, masochistic instability." I know some of the other translations said something along the lines of like you're burdening yourself. And I've always agreed with that on Sanji. Like he'd have to free himself from the burdens that he feels. To me, the burden that he's currently feeling in regards to fighting at his apex is probably still the judge and his brother's exoskeleton and his awakening. He technically got a little bit of confirmation that he wasn't the one that hit the girl. I mean, he got confirmation of that, but it doesn't mean he has full control over the exoskeleton. Doesn't mean he won't eventually lose himself. I think he's still holding back a little bit because of that, and he hasn't gone all out in a fight basically since Queen. Like I know he had an interaction with Kizaru, I know he's fought a little bit on Egghead, but he hasn't had that all out going at my absolute apex basically since Onigashima. So if he's going to do that now, are you still fearing that you might lose yourself to this mindless weapon that you could be. I did also really love that frame from Luffy, or that panel of Luffy and Joy and Himu there. What I love most about it, one, Luffy doing his classic like quit calling me all these different names, like I'm Luffy and the man who's gonna be king of the pirates. I love that. I love every time I hear that. Sometimes people say it's old, but if you look at the panel, if you look at Luffy, his leg is black, man. Absolute, just subtle, man. Subtle greatness from Oda here. His left arm, low key black too. I love it. I think it's a nod to Sanji, nod to the left wing. And in general, I think the naming of this chapter, the naming convention of this chapter was really great too, because it says the root of the problem, and you know, if you really look at it, Gabon is assessing the root of the problem for like Sanji here. You know, and I actually do have a really long Sanji analysis here, Larry. If you would be so kind, or you want me to wait for everybody first, you tell me, man. I got a Sanji write up.
How long is it? Because if we
probably
here for 10 minutes, bro, that's crazy.
it's probably like 7 minutes, something like that. If that, you know.
So it's 10 minutes. That's you saying.
Something like little 5-minute joint, you know. It's my time, man.
Listen,
We here, bro. Sanji season.
You didn't even show it.
I don't care, Lionel. We here. All right. I'm not even being as disrespectful as I should be. I'm trying to keep it calm. Anyway. All right. It's gonna take me a little bit to read this, so I apologize in advance.
do you just want to wait after like everybody else is done?
Yeah, I can wait. I'm done with my part. I'm done with my part. No. I'll let the next person go. Just know it's Sanji season. Full effect.
All right. Law?
Yeah. It's funny. I'm cracking up because also too, this is like Sebastian's year. He got the Knicks winning after a long wait,
and then
he get the Sanji. But I'm hyped. So like, it's so. I've been wrapping my head around it because, like, you know, me and Lionel too, because he's the most person I had a conversation with, like, not recently, but like over the years, about Sanji being a conqueror, right? But I'm noticing something here as very, very interesting with conquerors and how Oda's written them, right? So Sanji, there's not things like, but how go by what Gabon said, right? I was trying to understand what Gabon meant by that, so I was looking up what that word means, and it came up like self-sabotaging and a view of worthlessness and stuff like that, right? But I thought it was very interesting that Sanji's not the only person who kind of had these thoughts. Like, we have Kaido here, who is he's a conqueror, but he's also suicidal. Like, how does that work? You know, we had Zoro out here who didn't fully believe he was a conqueror either, right? He had to be told that he was one. But then even when he was told, he didn't fully believe it. Like, what are you talking about? Like, when Kaido first said it to him, he was like, what are you talking about? I just gave you anything I want in one attack, put everything I had in one attack and attacked you. And then he didn't believe himself was, even until like Gabon had to tell him, dude. And Luffy, like, it's oozing out of you. You are one, right? But also, too, I thought of Ace. Granted, this is a younger Ace, right? But Ace also, too, it wasn't necessarily doubting himself like what Sanji does. It was more like, should he be born with the whole, you know, how his father was and everything. But what I noticed with them, all of them did believe in their own strength. And that's the difference between Sanji here. Because this is what me and I were talking about, is that Sanji showed doubts, not only in his own worthlessness, but also in his own ability and strength, right? And that's usually the opposite of what conquerors do. They may doubt certain things, but they don't really doubt that they can overcome or surpass certain things. But Sanji's kind of had always this doubt of like self-worthiness, too, because how he was raised with his parents and everything, right? Willing to always sacrifice himself and like feel like he's not really much, you know. But that person also is a conqueror. So these things are blocking him from fully awakening. So I thought I was really interested. It's like what that can mean, you know, and how Sanji's actually going to overcome this to awaken his conqueror's Haki of this self-doubt too, in his head. So it's very interesting that that's gonna happen with him, like and also too. Once we got that said by Gabon, I fully all right. Oda's not going to give this for no reason. That Sanji is going to be a conqueror. It was just about written. Just we got to wait till like we see it, just like how we kind of believe that Zoro was one. We just gotta wait to see it. Right. I believe Sanji's gonna do it on Elbaf because he kind of needs to win the fight. And how he's gonna do it, I think it's gonna be dope when he actually does awaken it about him. So, and I like how I liked it too because I always thought it too. Like while Sanji, while assessing the situation, he thought instead of trying to fight the sleep tid, take out the source. A lot of people be fighting out the effects of something. No, just take out the source and it's all done. You know. So him immediately going to that conclusion and taking out something. Yeah, it sucks if they're gonna because while he's fighting him, they're gonna be suffering that when he could help. He's like, my best thing to do in the situation is take out the source because it's all gonna disappear, right? And so for the last part, I'm so curious right here, like with the whole conversation with Luffy says, right? Because obviously Imu's living in the past, and all he sees is because he doesn't really know these people. He just knows the people who are in a way mimicking his old enemies or / friends. Because Imu kind of shows that he had a good relationship with all of them at one point, and then there was a falling out somehow, right? I'm so curious because Luffy saying this in Nika form, right, and also viewed as Joy Boy. I'm going to be king of the pirates, right? We all know that the Joy Boy that Imu knows, he was the first pirate, right? And what that means. Because I don't know, we don't exactly know when Joy Boy became a pirate. Because we know that now in the One Piece world, pirate represents freedom, but also a freedom and a break away from the world's government. But what if Joy Boy created piracy before the war? You know? Like, what if he created piracy while him and Imu were cool? Having a conversation. We don't know when. So I kind of think what Imu's response is going to be to Luffy saying that I'm be king of the pirates, because I believe, because also I wonder if we're going to get anything thoughts of Joy Boy, also maybe even thoughts on Roger. I don't know, but mainly if we don't get any thoughts on Roger, I'm so curious to how he's going to think about Joy Boy, because that could put in perspective like when piracy started. Was it in rebellion against Imu's war? Because then also how long was this war went on for the Ancient Kingdom, or was Joy Boy pirate before all of this kicked off, and maybe him becoming a pirate led to him and Imu having a falling out? I don't know. So I'm kind of curious about that Imu's thoughts on here, if we do get it, if Oda's not going to give this to us at all. But I'm kind of curious about that. And Luffy saying this right here. And also too, maybe even potentially Nika. Because he keeps saying Joy Boy, but we also know this is also Nika's form. And Imu mentioned Nika, the Gershie's mentioned Nika. What is this going to tie to? Are we going to get more? Because if he's living in the past and he's talking to Loki about the former things, is he going to do the same with Luffy? You know? Or is Luffy just going to just make him the scrap? I don't know. But I'm curious. But yeah, I'm going to end my turn.
All right. Next, going with Lionel.
Okay, I have some thoughts. I'm not trying to be too long, and I'm not trying to take away from Sebastian's thunder. But I thought some thoughts a little bit. When Sanji started saying the whole situation, you know, breaking it down, did anybody get Zoro and Pika vibes?
What?
I thought of Zoro and Pika.
No, I didn't, but I do now. I do now. I get what you mean.
Zoro and Pika.
Remember when Zoro was pretty much assessing the situation, like plan 1, plan 2, whatever, like
yeah.
As soon as I saw that, I'm thinking Oda's making a reference to Zoro when he's fighting Pika right now. That's what I thought of. Like that's what I thought. Something, because it's something similar, you know, with when that happened. Now pretty much when Sanji's fighting Graham, and he's talking about the whole king thing. And I just thought a couple things, a little side note with Gaban, actually. Gaban is the only one that kind of implied that he could tell who our other conquerors are before they're releasing the conquerors. We actually never seen anybody do that. For instance, Kaido didn't know Luffy was a conqueror until he let it out. Same thing with Kaido didn't know Zoro was a conqueror until he let it out. And it goes to other people. Gaban was the only person so far to our knowledge on panel that he could tell another person conquer before he actually unleashed his conquerors. So I wonder his understanding of Haki itself is kind of elevated. Because, like, how does he know that Sanji's a conqueror? Like, he has qualities of it. Like, what makes it? Does he feel it a little bit? Or, like, what's up? Because, like, Zoro is oozing out. Like, Luffy's like, it's oozing out. How you not know? And Gaban understood that. But Sanji, it's probably not oozing out. So how does Gaban know? Because Luffy doesn't think. We don't know if Luffy thinks or has a feel that Sanji is a conqueror. We don't know if Luffy views that or sees that, but Gaban did. So we're just like that again. I just put it as a note that I wonder if that means something. Like I wonder if that's something itself. What you gonna say something?
I forgot to mention this. I had thought about something like that in what your connection because I thought of the same thing. And what I was gonna say, I must have lost my train of thought why I didn't say it. But I was actually connecting it to remember when Ray and Luffy were talking about like Haki, and then Ray was kind of explaining that Luffy has this intuitive nature of like reading people, right?
Yeah.
And he was talking about in his fight, he was just like, and then Luffy kind of mentions, well, it depends on like you're not gonna be able to do this in a fight. And Luffy goes, well, it depends on the opponent I'm fighting. And Ray's like, what are you talking about, right? And he starts explaining like kind of almost like not Luffy can read hearts or anything. He's not Jesus, right? But it's like he could kind of intuitively feel something off someone, like tell about their nature, whatever, right? So I want to, and it's applying it to Gaban, and I think all conquerors have this intuitive thing about them because what you're able to do with conquerors, right? So I think Gaban maybe nurture that ability in a different way, or more so, why he's able to even get to that level. Because to me, it's like intuitive nature. I think also fits why conquerors are able to control animals, stop animals. I believe that's part of that intuitive nature. You're able to feel something from inside or whatever. So I think Gaban is able to do that. Why he could even tell if someone is because we all know that, for example, we saw earlier on the show, only other Haki users can tell if someone's a Haki user, right? We can only get from Haki users, right? So I think it's similar where like, all right, Conqueror's Haki is going to be even harder because it's like we don't know what that entails, but I think it's kind of similar to that what Gaban's able to do in sensing that inside Sanji or others.
I actually start thinking it more towards his observation, that he might have a higher level of observation, or it's the conjunction of his conquerors and observation at a higher level that he could actually sense the conquerors in somebody before they even know that themselves as a conqueror or before they unleash it. I thought of that too, but again, that's totally we don't know. But I just thought of that because Gaban is showing sensing abilities at a higher level, as in he could sense things far away. I felt strange Haki, like similar to what Ray was doing, how he went to the island. He said that all these animals are stronger than Luffy. Like so far, they're like sensing ability wise. I'm going like focusing on sensing. Rayleigh's and Gaban showed the best, to my knowledge, on panel wise, and also the distance, But I thought of that. Now with Sanji with the masculinity thing, or not masculinity, but like the instability, we all looked it up, and I thought it goes to Sanji's upbringing and childhood, and I like you brought up the whole like there's other conquerors, who felt self-worth, whatever. Like Ace was a prime example, and a little bit of Shanks, right? Like what Shanks felt like towards his family, the Fingerland, family, and Ace felt that with his father, but like it's similar but different at the same time. Well, Ace was loved by his family, just he was getting hatred through outside forces. Like if Roger had a son, he's garbage. He put to death. Like Roger's evil or demon or whatever. His son is a son of a demon. He should be put to death. Shanks' gripe is like how evil and wicked his family is, that he hates, that he shares the same blood. So those are outside forces, but they're both loved by the family. Like Shanks' family love him. Ace and his mother love Ace. Whether Ace didn't feel that he got the love from his mother. Majority of Sanji's family hated and disliked Sanji. And even he's got his own father, like calling him worthless and disowned. The only love that he really got was from his mother. Somewhat of his sister, but he didn't really felt that. But his mother, and he actually might be the cause, just like Ace, the death of his own mother. Through, either through the experimenting and maybe the food that Sanji cooked for his mother. And I was looking back, all right, because we got somewhat of Sanji's self-loathing to a degree, right? I got a little bit of it, but like we only fully started noticing it later on until post-time skip. Like if you look at I was looking at where does Sanji show this much of it? Like it showed a little bit of it with the whole Zeph thing, but again, because it brought up to this, like I looked it up and it said the root cause. It says Reddit, whatever. But it says these traits often come from childhood. If a child is raised in a very controlling home where love is conditional, the child learns to redirect anger and pain inward. As an adult, they might view suffering as a way to improve loyalty or maintain control. That's similar to what he was doing with Seth. Like he's willing to suffer and go through pain or even death. He shows loyalty to Seth. Show loyalty to Seth for what he did for him. But like you don't really see that much of self-loathing there. You didn't. Like even at it's stupid, but like remember when at skate not what's that Whiskey Peak when Sanji with women. Sanji thought it was paradise. Like he had a normal reaction. I'm with women. He wasn't bleeding from the nose or whatever. But if you look at only the self-loathing fully started kicking in, is what? Off the 2-year training. It's like the 2-year training, really, it's a comic relief, it's stupid, but it's like the 2-year training he went through with Yonko's Island, like we brought back all the stuff or what he really relived in a weird way, from his childhood. That's when he even goes to Fishman Island. Remember, when Sanji finally goes to Fishman Island, he was with women at Whiskey Peak. He was fine. But when he goes to Fishman Island and he sees the women, remember, Sanji starts crying. That they made jokes, it was comic relief, but Sanji starts crying and Luffy brings up, "You're crying more now than you did to Byakuya. Like, what's up?" And they keep on saying, like, "Yo, Sanji, what's up? What's going on?" Then I gotta go to it, but like at a certain point, Sanji views this thing that he wanted so much. He says, pretty much saying that this is too good to be true. Starts crying again. That I'm gonna end up dying. Like Sanji feels like either I'm getting this, seeing this, something's gonna bad happen to me that I'm unworthy or kind of implying that I'm gonna pass from this. Then later on, guess what happens? Again, comic relief. Sanji has a nosebleed and legit almost passes until he gets blood from Jinbei. And that's just something. So it wasn't fully on pre-time when Sanji had the self-loathing. It was more emphasized off the 2-year training he went through. That trauma, whatever he's going through, it really orders being stupid with it, but brought back his own upbringing, where all those self-worth came into play mostly when he was a childhood. It all came back for 2 years. And now Sanji has, even when he gets good, like they said, you get good, you have like a good, successful self-being, you would self-sabotage it. Like you would self-sabotage your own success to go back to the grief or comfort you're feeling that's your norm. And that's what his upbringing, his childhood, his friends, his father and childhood, his father and brothers made him feel. Like he was the odd one out because why? He didn't have the genetic genes that they got. So he was considered, you're unworthy, unloved. You definitely said, like, since you're not benefiting me, getting, so you weren't, you didn't get the genes that I put in you, just like your brothers were, you mean nothing to me. Like, so all that contributed to, like, and that's something that's what his family's doing that to him. Ace's family didn't do that to him. Shanks' family didn't do that to him. So that's what gets more inward. Like, if you have your own upbringing, your own family, and you're not safe, you're calling worthless, you're trash, and you're getting disowned. Again, that's what you grew up with. Like outside forces, I get it. Like, but again, that's not immediate family. That's not your own father, your own family members telling you you're worthless, that you shouldn't be born. Like, you're disowned. Like, if you even say you're part of my family, I'm going to disown you. I'm going to say you don't even exist. Like, so when going off that, and Sanji has that mentality, you could see like, yo, like, and every time he's proven that his strength wise. And Sanji just show, like, he only went to that test for 2 years. Sanji even says, I'm going to overcome this. I'm going to get stronger and overcome this. Those are Conqueror's words. That's overcoming the adversity. You're saying it, and Sanji did do it. Sanji did overcame that adversity. He did do it. He survived and left the island. But even off him going through that, still made him, like, he got stronger, obviously, but the Conquerors that would have came to him, it, like, had a negative effect on him. And I'm like, that's kind of like, and this was going to like with Sanji. I had to feel like we all said like Sanji for some reason, Sanji, how Oda wrote him. Sanji's strength doesn't come like Luffy's or doesn't come like Zoro's. It's always through character development. Whatever Sanji's get an upgrade, it's a weird through character development through his own strength. Like, and that's why when we bumped the whole Conqueror thing, I'm thinking the only way Sanji to me was going to get a Conqueror's blooming, somebody has to go with inward emotional or a character development he has to overcome to show I'm this character. And now we're getting it. We're getting it right now. Sanji has to find some way to break this inward pain or hatred he has of himself that his father and his family bred in him to make him become his true potential, which is a king. And like whether king is an actual thing, because I know Danchin Zhao said, like, when he said to Luffy, "Oh, you have freedom to have conquerors as well. What king you strive to be?" They shut that out all the time. What king you try to be, but like, I always thought like kings in his own right. Like, what king was Cat? His king was just protecting his family. So like, I don't know what that fully entails. He's got to be king of something, but like Whitebeard and Kaitiri, they were just about being king of their own family. So like, I don't know what whole Sanji like king Sanji wants to be, but like, but I don't know. I have those thoughts in mind. I forgot if I had anything else, but I won't take too much time. But I thought of those things and I won't leave it there.
Yeah, well said, bro. Um. Oh man, what can I say, brother? So everybody knows I'm not a big a fan of Sanji's behavior. Um, I've said for a long time, I just don't. I've quit the show twice because of him. And the post time skip atrocities that were dealt to the crew because of him. Um, he was just really in the way most of the time for me. Um, in no shape or form did I think he would be a Conqueror's Haki user. He just never displayed many of the traits and the evidences that's pointed towards Sanji being a Conqueror. You know, um, to name a couple, we've had many insinuations that lineage was part of being a Conqueror. You know what I'm saying? That was first mentioned by like Ivankov when she talked about Luffy being Dragon's son, and of course he would be a Conqueror. And then we saw that Garp was his grandfather, who's also a Conqueror. We had Roger and Ace, Big Mom and Katakuri, Kaido and Yamato, Harold and Loki, and then you had others that we just didn't know their parents, right? So we can't really say if they would have Conqueror's Haki or not, but just based on the evidence, it's always pointed that it has to be through lineage somehow. So even though I know that Blackbeard's father is Rocks, I always said if Blackbeard did get Conqueror's Haki, it'd be kind of like in the air for me. But because he is related to Rocks to some degree, it's more possible than it not being possible. I just think that Blackbeard just doesn't carry the definitions that are attached to Conqueror's Haki users. And then there's also like the king aspect. So Lionel brought up a great point that I was also going to bring up. When Don Chinjiao looked at Luffy, he said, "Oh, you have Conqueror's Haki? What do you want to be a king of?" And then, funny enough, Albert also said that to Zoro on Wano. So it makes you think when we talk about having Conqueror's Haki, you have to have the ambition of wanting to be the best in something. It's literally in the definition of having Conqueror's Haki. It's to assert your will over others. Over others. It's never about over thyself, right? So for me, I always looked at it as like you're always supposed to assert your will over others to get to an ambition you haven't reached yet. That's a goal of yours. And we see that with so many people, right? We see that with Luffy, of course. We even see that with Kid. You even see that with Kaido and Doflamingo and Yamato fighting against her father. She wanted to usurp her. Sengoku became Fleet Admiral of the Marines, which is why we think Akainu probably has Conqueror's Haki as well. There's just so many people overall that have really, really high aspirations. And yet Sanji didn't have that. Sanji's only aspiration was to find the all blue. He didn't want to be the king of anything. And remember, if Conqueror's Haki is about asserting wills, my will upon others, his self-loathing doesn't help that. Because technically, he's trying to conquer himself. So when I looked at Conqueror's Haki overall, I said to myself, this just doesn't fit this guy. It just doesn't. Like in every sense of the word, it just doesn't by pure definition. And then I saw Gibbon have it. And I saw Gibbon have the Conqueror's Haki. And I said, oh, that's so funny. Of course, the Roger Pirates, the Straw Hats imitate them. like even in their dynamics of relationships, right? Like Roger and Luffy, adventurous, Rayleigh, Zoro, sword guys, and then Sanji and Gibbon are like the ladies' men. You know what I'm saying? So immediately I said, "Oh, Gibbon has it. That means most likely Sanji's going to be giving it." Now, did I have an issue with it? Of course. But did I say if Sanji has it or not, I'm just going to accept it? Absolutely. I've said this like many of times. So everybody that keeps coming after me for saying, "Oh man, you must be so upset that he has it. Oh man, Larry, you getting mad, aren't you?" I'm like, "No, brother. I said if he had it or didn't happen, it didn't really matter to me anymore." But do I think he fits it? Absolutely not. I don't think he fits it at all. It just doesn't fit his character to me. Until he has a bigger goal, until we find out more about his lineage, until we see what he wants to be the king of, I think it's only right to say like, oh yeah, like then he fits it once he fits into those categories. But here's the thing too, and I wanted to express this because I've said it before. It took somebody like Luffy, who's a genius, 2 years in order to get to a certain level of Conqueror's Haki. 2 years. It took him that long in order to do something with it.
Yo, Larry, your mic cut.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
No.
Nah, nothing. Damn, man. Sanji said, chill out with all that, big dog. Calm all that down, man.
He used that hockey on his mic.
Ah! Is Larry gone, man? Where he at, bruh?
He had to come back on.
Larry, come back, man. We miss you, bruh.
All right. Can you hear me?
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you now.
All right. Yo, Sanji fans are dangerous, bro. So what I wanted to say was it took Luffy 2 years to master Conqueror's Haki to the point of where he was at during Fishman Island. And he needed to surpass that by adding in other Hakis, such as like Rio, which is the advanced version of armament Haki, in order to even hurt Kaido. He needed to bolster his Conqueror's Haki through many fights. Katakuri, Cracker. He needed to fight multiple opponents in order to learn specific things in order to infuse Conqueror's Haki into them and to make it stronger. So it took a matter of 2 years to master these things. Okay? All right? And he still didn't learn the advanced versions of them. Now, even with like Kid, like I said, like he has Conqueror's Haki but does nothing with it. Now we get to Sanji, who has to fight this opponent whose run is he's basically immortal. People we've seen in the show, such as like Rocks, who has Conqueror's Haki knowledge and is capable of using techniques that we still don't know about. He was only to immobilize Garling. Okay. Now this guy is fighting Garling, but at like a higher level because he has Omen attached to him. So they're like super powered immortal beings now. So Sanji, who has never had the experience of using Conqueror's Haki, doesn't know the advanced versions of armament Haki. We don't know what types of observation Haki he is using either. He's basically going to go in, he's going to use Conqueror's Haki to some weird degree that basically nobody else in the show has ever done. And then he's just going to defeat Sane Killingham. And then we're going to sit here and go, oh man, that was really good writing. It's like, what about the people before him? What about the people that actually had to learn something in order to like put it to use? Because even now, Zoro has fought what, 2 opponents with Conqueror's Haki that were really strong? And you get what I'm saying? And then Sanji's just gonna get up to that level in one stroke. And he doesn't even know how to activate it yet. That seems a little bit like It seems a little bit like he's being carried to do a specific thing that he shouldn't be able to do. And then I wanted to put this out here because it looks super funny when you think about it. Right? I'm gonna post this picture. So you look at this picture, right? And then you just throw Sanji on it. You throw a picture of Sanji amongst all those people, and that looks right to you?
Put him right next to rocks, man.
That looks right to you? That looks like a bun with 2 hot dogs in it. You know what I'm saying? It's like this is what I mean. It's like everybody on this picture has had some type of training or some type of really, really big goal behind them or aspiration. The only person you could really say that doesn't deserve it is probably like Don Chinjiao or even Kid, to some example. But even then, Don Chinjiao was rivaling Garp from what was said in his heyday. And then Kid wanted to be the best. Sanji doesn't have any of those motives. His only motive is his character development in order to overcome himself. And that is not the definition of a Conqueror's Haki user. So, I don't know, man. I feel like if he has it, he has it. Cool. He's going to have it. That's what Oda's leading up to. I can't front him. Accomplishment. Shout out to Seb. Seb upscale, I guess. But again, I just want to point out, if this makes sense to Seb, right? Even though the writing behind it is pretty terrible, you have to accept that Luffy losing a cat doesn't degrade Cat in any way. It doesn't make Cat any less formidable. And it also doesn't make Big Mom any less formidable because the story needed these people to be defeated. The same way Sommers is going to be defeated by Sanji because he just learns Haki out of Conqueror's Haki out of nowhere. So you can't accept one thing and then say, yo, I can't accept these other 2 things, especially when we get into these power scaling debates, because that's usually what happens. You'll pick and choose on who you think. Yeah, you pick and choose, especially with Big Mom and Cat. But if the writing is the same for everybody, then if I'm going to accept bad writing for Sanji having Conquerors, you have to accept that Big Mom and Katakuri losing the way they did was also bad writing. I think that's fair to say, but people are going to say I'm a hater either way. So it's okay.
Are you done?
Yeah, ready to hear your analysis on why Sanji needs Conquerors.
Before I even get into the analysis, I just want to say a couple things. I don't know exactly what episode it was. I was going to take time to find it. But a certain TOPT host once said that I didn't understand Conqueror's Haki and what it means to be a conqueror.
Mm-hmm. Is that it?
I just want to put that out there.
That's
it? I just want to make sure that was understood before I get into the whole soliloquy here. All right.
It's so funny.
I just wanted that reminded to the world.
I named multiple evidences with consistency across the entire manga. And you go, oh, man. Somebody didn't know. Sebastian, you do know that when you do be right, it's usually because you just say whatever it is, and it just happens to come true without any evidence.
Camera on me?
which is why we've always said Sebastian just says so without any backing.
Listen, always right.
No, you're not.
You're right. I'm not always right.
No, you're not.
I'm just never wrong. Just early.
That's not it. That's not it either.
Just early.
Yeah.
But yo, give me my ISO so I can break it down. Hopefully you'll get it now, Larry. You know what I'm saying?
Get it now.
Hopefully.
I hope you add in definitions of what Conqueror's Haki is too.
It's all in there. It's all there.
Let's go for it, bro.
It's all there. Did I get my ISO? No.
Oh, you want the screen to change?
Yeah, let me get my ISO real quick, man. Thank you. I appreciate you, Larry. I love you, dog. Forever. Couldn't have done it without.
I'm fighting for my
Oh man, that's for Chris too, man. Anyway, I call this Sanji, the Burdened King, an analyzation of Conqueror's Haki. Sanji having Conqueror's Haki makes perfect sense because his entire character has always been about the battle between overwhelming will and crippling self-doubt. At its core, Haki is the manifestation of will. It is belief, it is certainty. It is the refusal to doubt yourself when your spirit is being tested. Sanji's case has always been so interesting because he's always had the will of a king, but has rarely allowed himself to live like one. Sanji does not lack conviction. He lacks permission to fully believe he is worth fighting for. When people think of Conqueror's Haki users, they often think of people who want to stand above others. Luffy wants to become the Pirate King. Zoro wants to become the world's strongest swordsman. Kaido wanted a world war. Big Mom wanted her empire. Doflamingo wanted control. But Sanji's kingly quality was different. Sanji does not want to rule people. He wants to protect people. He wants to feed people. He searches for treasures the world told him doesn't exist. He wants to preserve his ideals in a world that constantly punishes him for having them. That is still a conqueror behavior, but more like the types of conquerors that Whitebeard and Katakuri are. A conqueror is not just someone who says, I will stand above you. A conqueror is someone who says, you will not make me abandon what defines me. Sanji's code is absolute. He will not use his hands in battle because his hands are for cooking. He will not let someone starve, even if that person is an enemy. He will not strike a woman, even if that decision puts his own life in danger. He will not become the emotionless weapon his father judge tried to create. That level of conviction is not weakness. That is kingly will turned inward. Sanji's issue is that his will is powerful enough to shape his entire life, but his trauma keeps him from turning that will outward the way that Luffy and Zoro do. This is why chapter 1187, calling mention back to Sanji's restraint works so well. It connects directly to Zeph's original critique of Sanji. On Baratier, Sanji had already been holding himself back, not because he lacked dreams, but because he felt chained by debt. He owed Zeph his life, his dream, his cooking, his fighting style, and his future. So instead of chasing the All Blue freely, Sanji chose to bury himself under obligation. Zeph understood that Sanji's problem was never a lack of courage. It was hesitation born from burden. Zeph's point in chapter 65 hits harder now. He says, in life or death world of pirates, those who hesitate croak the fastest. Even a man bristling with powerful weapons can be pierced by the spear of blind determination. And that idea has now come full circle with Sanji, because Sanji has become the metaphorical weapon. Judge wanted Sanji to become the perfect German soldier. Enhanced body, no emotions, no hesitation, no compassion. But Sanji's entire life has been a rejection of that idea. He is not dangerous because he is a weapon. He is dangerous because he is a man with a weapon's body and a human heart that refuses to break. The tragedy is that Sanji still fears the weapon inside him. Sanji's development is built around him removing one emotional chain only to discover another one underneath it. On Baratier, the chain was debt. He believed he could not leave Zeph. Luffy and Zeph freed him from that burden, allowing him to chase the All Blue. But Sanji did not stop burdening himself. He just carried that instinct somewhere else. At Whole Cake Island, the chain became self-worth. Sanji did not believe he was essential to Luffy's dream. He convinced himself that Luffy could still become the Pirate King without him. That's why Luffy's declaration that he cannot become Pirate King without Sanji is so important. Luffy was not just asking for his cook back. He was correcting Sanji's view of himself. Sanji thought he was disposable. Luffy told him he was irreplaceable. Sanji's greatest enemy has never been a physical opponent. It has always been the belief that his life was worth less than anyone else's. Then, Wano gives Sanji another step forward, but also another limiter. When his Germa genes awaken, Sanji is forced to ask which version of himself would best help Luffy become the Pirate King. That question shows Sanji finally starting to accept that he must become stronger for Luffy's dream. He's no longer saying Luffy can become the Pirate King without me. He is now asking, what kind of man do I need to become to get him there? Growth, yes, but even in that moment, Sanji adds another restriction onto himself. He worries that using his full power may cost him his humanity. He fears becoming like his brothers. He fears that the more he accepts his enhanced body, the closer he gets to losing his emotions, compassion, and identity. And that's why he asked Zoro to take him out if he lost, showing that Sanji still does not truly trust his own heart to win against his lineage. And that is where his Conqueror's Haki problem lives. The phrase masochistic instability works because it describes Sanji's deepest flaw. He constantly proves his love for others by accepting pain for himself. Sanji does not just sacrifice himself when necessary. He almost defaults to sacrifice as his first answer. He carries debt, he carries guilt, he carries shame, he carries the burden of being a Vinsmoke. He carries the belief that if someone has to suffer, it should be him. That's not healthy humility. That's self-punishment. And if Conqueror's Haki is the power of someone whose spirit refuses to bow, Sanji's problem is that his spirit's still bowing to the voices that told him he was a failure, a mistake, and a burden. Judge told Sanji he was worthless. Whole Cake Island proved Sanji still believed it. Wano showed Sanji beginning to fight it, and Elbaf may be where he finally conquers it. Now, having Skopper Gaban involved in this revelation is perfect to me. Gaban was the left hand of the Pirate King, and that immediately creates a parallel to Sanji, who functions as Luffy's wing alongside Zoro. Zoro represents the right hand blade, ambition, discipline, and direct conquest. Sanji represents the left-handed flame, emotion, protection, and the refusal to let power erase humanity. So for Roger's left hand to look at Sanji and imply that he has the traits of a conqueror, Oda is positioning Sanji's role in Luffy's Pirate King journey through the lens of someone who's already lived that history. Gaban knows what it takes to be able to stand beside the Pirate King. That is why it's not just about Sanji getting stronger. It's all about Sanji accepting that Luffy cannot reach the top unless Sanji also rises to the level required of the Pirate King's crew. In other words, Sanji needs to become a king for Luffy to be the Pirate King. Another important piece here is Zoro's confidence in him. As he talks with Sommers, Zoro calmly remarks that killing him won't be coming back because he'll be dead, putting full faith in Sanji to deal with what's attacking the village. Zoro and Sanji constantly argue and bicker, but Zoro always understood Sanji's strength better than almost anyone. Zoro does not baby him. He does not pity him. He does not treat Sanji like some fragile child. Zoro is Sanji's Conqueror's Haki parallel on the crew. Zoro's path is straightforward. He believes in his dream, he believes in his strength, and he believes he belongs at the top. Sanji's path is more complicated. But Zoro's confidence in Sanji suggests that Sanji is the only one doubting what everyone else already knows. Luffy trusts Sanji, Zoro trusts Sanji, the crew trusts Sanji. Gaban can seemingly see the qualities in Sanji. The only person still unsure is Sanji himself. That is the final wall. The chapter 1187 is titled The Root of the Problem, and it's perfect because it applies both externally and internally. Externally, Sanji identifies killing him as the immediate issue. He can assess the battlefield, recognize the problem, and move towards the solution. But internally, the title points to Sanji himself. The root of Sanji's Conqueror's Haki problem is not that he lacks kingly traits, is that his self-doubt, trauma, self-sacrificial nature, and the fear of becoming a monster prevent him from fighting freely. Luffy fights freely. Zoro fights with absolute confidence. Sanji fights while carrying the weight of everyone he has ever failed, everyone he has ever has to protect, and every insecurity Judge implanted in him. That's why his awakening cannot simply be about power. It has to be about freedom. Sanji has to realize that using his full strength does not make him the weapon Judge wanted him to be. It makes him Zeph's son. It makes him Sora's son. It makes him Luffy's cook, and it makes him Black Leg Sanji. Sanji's Conqueror's Haki bloom will come from him finally accepting the truth. He is not a burden. He is not disposable. He is not a failed weapon. He is not someone Luffy can replace. He is one of the wings of the future Pirate King. Sanji's journey has always been about proving that kindness is not weakness, emotion is not failure, and sacrifice does not mean you have no worth. His Conqueror's Haki awakening would be the moment he stops treating himself like someone who must suffer to be useful. Because Sanji's greatest act of conquest will not be conquering any enemy. It will be conquering the doubt inside himself. I hope I cooked as well as Sanji does. Larry, I hope you get it now on some level.
No,
You don't have to have some crazy kingly ambition to be
you
a
definitely
conqueror.
do.
Whitebeard doesn't have that. He's a conqueror. Katakuri didn't have that. He's a conqueror. Yamato doesn't have that. She's a conqueror. Odin didn't have that.
Right.
He's a conqueror. Those people don't have some crazy kingly ambitions. And if you wanted to go to that, I would say wanting to find this impossible to find treasure in the all blue could be considered that. But
Yeah.
you could ignore all the plot points in the story and pick and choose what you want.
Yeah.
The ambition was always there.
So again, right? It's about not overcoming yourself. That's not the definition of what Conqueror's Haki is. The Conqueror's Haki is which allows one to assert one's will over the others to dominate them, causing those of inferior spirit to be intimidated or to lose unconsciousness. Right? When you speak about Whitebeard and why he has Conqueror's Haki, because Whitebeard instills his will into others that they will not harm his crew or his sons or family, right?
Okay.
Sanji doesn't have that, right? He would
Why not?
sacrifice himself in order to save others for his family. It's a direct opposition of what Whitebeard is and what Sanji is. And now you want to
Okay.
speak to Katakuri. Katakuri also has a very much similar type of protection when it comes to his family, where he will not let anybody do anything to them, which is the same as Whitebeard. So it's all about asserting your will upon others. He's always asserting his will upon himself. That makes you a conqueror?
Okay, so can I address this? In this instance, and I don't know if you heard the things I was saying.
Oh, I did.
Sanji would be freeing himself from that self-burden.
Yeah.
If he removed that self-burden from his character
Mhm.
and stopped allowing it to dictate what he did,
Yeah.
would he not then be in the same vein as the Whitebeards, as the Katakuris, as these other people? Because he
No.
still has an indomitable will. You can't, none of these people, no conqueror, no person in existence can get Sanji to to hit a woman, can get him to use his hands to fight. He still has this indomitable will. He always had that. He
Yeah.
just doesn't use it in the way that you would prefer or that other people have preferred. But he's always had this indomitable will.
Yeah.
Now, if you remove the burden that this masochistic instability that Gabon has identified,
Mhm.
what would then take shape? That's been the point. That's what we've always tried to, other Sanji fans have always tried to explain. And that's why I
Yeah.
never understood he doesn't have the lineage. Half these people don't have parents that matter.
Half of
Whitebeard's
them we
parents
don't know who
don't
their parents
matter.
are.
And then exactly, like that doesn't matter. The lineage part, whatever. Like it's never been that important to me.
Okay, so
the kingly
you can't-
ambition piece, bruh. We have people
can't
who want to
choose
have
what's
kids.
important and what's not important.
No,
though.
I'm saying we have examples of conquerors that spit in the face of everything you tried to say, Larry. There's no kingly ambition to wanting to have kids that Whitebeard has. And he's one of the strongest conquerors in the history of the series. How can you say you need to have this when one of the biggest examples of a person with it doesn't have it? And there's other examples of that.
That's not true. You're saying
What do you
something very
mean?
untrue again.
What's untrue? What kingly ambition does Whitebeard have?
The
That-
kingly
that isn't-
ambition is that I walk around the seas and you are never allowed to touch my crew or my family. If not, you will be destroyed. That is my kingly ambition. He's the king of his family.
Okay.
Everybody that's a Supreme King Haki user in the show has some form of captaincy next to them as well. If not, they follow other conquerors. Again, which is evidence as to why Sanji, he has that on him, right? Nobody that's a conqueror doesn't just follow somebody that's not a conqueror. So when I look at that specific evidence within the show, I go, oh, check mark on Sanji. He has that, right? But when it comes to the kingly ambitions, he doesn't have that. When it comes to the unwavering will, he doesn't have that. when it comes to the lineage.
It's not true.
He doesn't have that.
That's just not true.
Can I say something?
It's not
Can I say
true.
something?
You're lying. Like, I'm
Can I
sorry.
say something? You're both right. You're both right, as in it's what is the view of Sanji's thinking. So, like, for you said, white people wants to protect his family. Sanji is more of a protector, but what does he do to protect? You said it, Sebastian. Instead of protecting his will, and yeah, exactly. That's Sanji's thinking. That's the view he has to change. Because remember, and that's what I love how you did it, because you said, look, Sanji asked himself, what kind of man that I need to be that will be better for the pirate king? And I love how you, because I forgot to say that, like, Luffy viewed Sanji as irreplaceable, right? Luffy said, like, without you, I can't become pirate king. And that's how Oda set it up. Because if you look at it, the pirate king, Emu, and whatever, they need other kings themselves to rise to the top. You can't be a king and rise to the top without other kings supporting you. That's what Oda's kind of applying. Like, for you to do that, you need a king. You at least 2 kings or more. Because look at Emu. If they really have conquerors, he has 5 kings with him supporting him. So that you need other kings. So for Sanji, for himself, Sanji questioned what type of man he needed to be was a king. And Sanji's starting to realize that now. Because he even says, when Gabon says that, he says, you need to become a king. The man you thought you need to be, you need to become a king. And Sanji says, a king. Because Sanji needs to change his view of his thinking of, instead of sacrificing himself and his self-worth to, I need to become a king to protect what I want. To protect what I need to do is what? Luffy become pirate king, to protect my crew, protect Nami, protect Robin, whatever he needs to do, instead of sacrificing myself, because that's not the answer. That's not what a king would do. He would just protect it. I don't need to sacrifice myself. I will just stand on myself, and protect it. That's what a king does. And that's what Sanji's view needs to be changed. You sacrifice yourself is not protecting it. You just gave it up. That's what Sanji his view needs to change. And that's the whole point of Sanji. He has the qualities, just he needs to change his thinking. He needs to become a king. That's the man he needs to be. And that's what I took it as. And that's what Sanji needs to view. Like, until Sanji, that's called the character development. If Sanji doesn't change, that's not character development. He just stays the same. His character development is changing that thought process, changing his view on how he does things. And that's the point where we're at right now, where Sanji actually changes. Obviously, he's going to change, but we got to wait till see, like, all right, what his conclusion is. But so that's why I say you're both right. Like, Sanji's view of thinking wise, that's the main thing that needs to be changed for him to become and be considered a king.
So the thing is too, right? It's like when you look at every other Conqueror's Haki user on the list, right? You look at every single one, they all carry a sudden amount of recklessness to achieve their said goal, to overcome what's in front of them. Every single one of them, since they were a kid, they were like this. They've had these types of mindsets. It's literally a mindset, right? So when you include our bro Sanji into the conversation, where now his unwavering will was contained only by his self-loathing, you now open the door for everybody else who shouldn't be a Conqueror's Haki user to now become a Conqueror's Haki user. So now we're saying that the evidence within the manga that has supported every other Conqueror's Haki user no longer matters. All the common the similarities between each one and what they carry no longer matters. Just because Sanji needs to become a conqueror, he just becomes one. That's literally what's happening. He didn't have any subconscious conquerors come through the way others did. He didn't have some massive goal that he was trying to overcome others for. Like, everybody in there, right? Even like when we just mentioned with the Don Chinjiao thing. Don Chinjiao knows what another Conqueror's Haki user is. So when he saw Luffy, he asked him, what are you trying to be king of? When we have that question with Sanji, and Sanji has to answer it, he's not saying king of the pirates. What is he going to say? King of myself? That's not even a definition of what conquerors is. You have to assert your will over others. Right now, we're having a discussion about how his character development is somehow pushing him to have Conqueror's Haki by asserting his will over himself. And I don't get that part because everybody else that's a Conqueror's Haki user in the series doesn't have that. They don't have that at all. They don't feel that. They go after what they want no matter what nobody says. And we've had multiple instances of when they were kids.
But Larry, that's what Lionel's saying. That's what me and Lionel are saying. That piece of him, that's what's limited him. He has to remove that piece.
Your camera went out.
Yeah.
Oh. All right. Crap. It's on for me. All right, hold on. I'll come back.
Let's wait for Seb to come back.
Is this good?
We see you.
Yeah.
Okay. I forgot what I was saying.
You were saying that's the reason why Lionel was saying the thing he was saying.
Oh yeah, that piece was limiting him. Like he was limiting his ability to be a conqueror in the way that these other people are because of that self-doubt, because of these things. But the will was always there. You get what I'm saying? Like I'm trying to make you understand that the will, the indomitable will was always there. There was just this self-sacrificial doubting of self that has always also existed. And this is basically Oda's first time kind of diving deep into that element of it with Conqueror's Haki. But all the other traits were there throughout. Like we're getting spammed in the chat about different conquerors and what's their ambition and what's this and that, because they all have similarities to Sanji, or Sanji has similarities to them. Gaban, Whitebeard, Katakuri, etc. They all want the same things for the people they care about, willing to do the same things for the people they care about. Odin was willing to sacrifice himself, willing to dance, willing to be embarrassed, willing to boil. All these things. Gaban saving his child. Like, we've seen it time and time again with other conquerors. I don't know why you have such blinders for Sanji specifically, because like you couldn't tell me what Gaban's goal is other than make Roger the Pirate King. But you know what I'm saying?
But that's unfair because we don't have any actual like character development on Gaban himself to tell us. Right? We don't have anything to tell us. Gaban, for all we know, could have accomplished his dream and been the best at whatever it was that he wanted to do. And the thing is, we don't have any character development to tell us that because the story's not about him right now. Right? So you can't use that. But if I was to say this, right? Because this is evidence, right? When Luffy unleashed Conqueror's Haki, it was during a moment where he didn't want anybody to murk Ace. He's like, yo, I don't want nobody to stop me. I'm going to use Conqueror's Haki. It's going to come out. Right? With Ace, when he used his Conqueror's Haki, it was to stop somebody else because he knew he was not going to let Blue Jam do any of those things to Luffy. Right? Then you have Yamato, who was literally in her child years. Also, didn't want something to happen. Conqueror's Haki flashed immediately. Also, Doflamingo, as a kid, hung up on a wall, said, yo, I'm going to murder every single one of you because of the fact I'm not going to let you treat me like this. Again, child. So we have multiple evidences of multiple kids, especially in their youngest of years, using Conqueror's Haki with the mindset that they were never going to allow somebody else to dictate their life and what they were going to do with it, regardless of what you want to say, right? When Sanji was a kid, that wasn't happening. When Sanji grew into an adult, that wasn't happening. When Sanji reached post-time skip, that wasn't happening. So I get what you're saying. I get the fact that you're like, well, that's because of however he saw himself in his mind's eye. But his entire life was like this. Meanwhile, everybody else that has what he's supposed to get now never had that. That makes
we don't know that. You picked a couple examples. We didn't see every single kid,
Sebastian,
every single conqueror as a kid. We haven't seen that.
Sebastian, but put it this way too, right? We have multiple instances of multiple Conqueror's Haki users already. I can even shoehorn Boa Hancock into it because of what she went through on Mary Joa, and then her sisters saying that she also did this at some point. So what I'm saying is there's so much evidence and there's so much proof of evidence and just consistency on what happens for Conqueror's Haki users, that Sanji would literally be a singularity within Conqueror's Haki users for what he's going to get and what he's going to do with it, and then how he's going to perform. It would be the rarest thing in the series for Sanji to have it. But if he does have it, now we have to say to ourselves, how many other people are not having that, has the same mindset as Sanji? Because now Conqueror's Haki users could just spawn anywhere. You don't need to have the traits of what every other Conqueror's Haki user has. You just need to be able to will yourself. And that's not fair, bro. Like that's literally fighting against the grain.
Okay, so I guess my issue is, like, to me, you're picking and choosing what has to be impressive from a child to be a conqueror. Like, Sanji survived like 3 months without food.
That's
Like, you know what I'm saying?
That's not what
Like,
Larry
was there
said.
no conqueror spirit in that? Doing that? Like,
You don't
That's
understand
not what
what I'm
Larry's
saying,
saying.
bro.
I get what Larry's saying. Like, Sanji's the only one that's written this way, so it throws us off. Like Larry says, like all the other conquerors have at least something in common compared with each other. Sanji's the only one. Like, and again, Sanji's the only one. But I do say this: Sanji's the only one that his parent groomed him in that way. All the other conquerors, their parents don't groom them or affected their lives that way. As in, they really made them. Like they grew him in that mental process. Like even Ace, when he had self-loathing, but his father was in the picture. But his father, even if his father was in the picture, he would have raised him as that in that mindset. Like we never had, and we don't. No, the thing is, we never had a name a conqueror who has a parent who grew him into that. There isn't. The only one you closest to is say Yamato, but that's different. Kai never grew Yamato into a self-loathing, worthless thing of your garbage. Kai did not do that.
Low key, I could say Katakuri.
No,
as abusive as Big Mom was. As abusive as Big Mom was?
No, you could tell that Big Mom favored Katakuri. The fact she wanted to give him Kaido's fruit and how she viewed Katakuri kind of showed like she had high hopes and viewed Katakuri relatively high.
Judge had high hopes for Sanji and he turned him into a weapon.
Yeah, but
overall, but the goal was that they were both super abusive. They both did what they did to their children.
No, my thing is, Sanji was already like a letdown since birth. Like for all his two brothers were already enhanced abilities. Now the third child, Sanji, didn't show that. Then the fourth one didn't show. And they're all twins. They all came at the same time. So all three out of your kids are showing progress. They're all superhuman, all this stuff. Sanji's the only one, and he's still waiting for Sanji to develop it, and he fail after fail. That soon over time, again, all this happened with kids and babies. That Sanji starts voicing saying that how much Sanji's disappointed him. Like he actually grown into that. That's the only Sanji's the only one that, as a conqueror, is going into that environment. Name think of any conqueror in that environment that Sanji's grown up to since birth. He's the only one. Like there's none.
So
honestly, there isn't.
But that's why I say Katakuri is probably the closest to him, because granted, even if Big Mom wanted to give him a devil fruit, it's not that different from Judge wanting to give him some super genes. You know what I'm saying? And I can honestly say, because it is a will thing within the person, it's like nature versus nurture. Are you going to let your environment shape who you are, or are you going to be the person to shape your environment? Katakuri, to some degree, probably saw Big Mom abusing his brothers and sisters the way they did, and his inner will did not agree with that. And also, he was never going to allow somebody else to do that that's outside of the family. So he naturally became a Conqueror's Haki user, which again explains what I'm saying, that these people develop their unwavering will no matter what's in front of them. And Sanji didn't develop that unwavering will.
But he did
succumbed to himself.
But
Katsuri was also considered a beast. Remember,
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, because remember, Katsuri was considered a beast as a kid on his own right. Remember, like Katsuri was already undefeated and considered a monster as a child. Sanji didn't. He was grown fighting against his monster brothers. They were already enhanced. Sanji was born normal. So anytime Sanji, remember, we saw Sanji even trying to fight them. He tried. But since they're enhanced already since birth, Sanji stood no chance.
and they kept on going stronger. Well, Sanji's just a regular human trying to fight these superhuman strength from already as a get. So you again now, and now you have your father came saying you're disappointed, you're worthless when you get your powers, and they were beating him every day. Every day he'll beat up Sanji. So Sanji was getting verbal and physical abuse every day. Well, trying to do the training, trying to keep up with them. All that shut down the Conqueror that would be himself. Like honestly, you can say something for instance, Doflamingo. He was considered a conqueror. Do you think Doflamingo would awaken his conquerors if he didn't go through the same thing? Because he's just a regular special dragon. We don't know if he would have been in the Holy Lands or nothing. He didn't went through no anniversary. He went through any fighting. He was chilling at the peaceful land at Marijoa. He only went through the stuff he went through because his father wanted to make a stupid decision. Until his life was on the line, being tortured, eating out of trash, and get beat every day, that's when the conquerors waking out of him. Again, but he still had a loving family. His father wasn't abusive. His mother was abusive. He got nurtured since he was a kid. Like that's what I'm saying. Like Sanji couldn't break the conquerors out of him because he got mentally and physically broken down.
Right.
And that's where like the conquerors that would be that person was shut down.
So what was Doflamingo's goal?
Huh?
What was Doflamingo's goal?
I mean, I'm assuming to be king of the world like Emo or like sit on top of me and draw. It's fine, yeah.
Right.
And I guess like we don't know Sanji's goal that I mean that's fair. But
All
again,
Blue, the mythical island.
Yeah.
Yo, this is what y'all dismissing the All Blue like it's not a like. It's been told the same way they talk about the One Piece. This thing doesn't exist. He still believes it exists. You can't even tell him it doesn't exist. He's gonna go after it anyway. Like I don't get why we dismiss this, bro.
No, but that's Larry's point. Sanji's saying I'm gonna go after it, but yet what he's doing, staying at Briate for years and being loyal to Zeph, not showing action of actually going. He's voicing it, but he's not fully showing action towards it because a conqueror, like, for instance, all the other conquerors, they said they're gonna go after it, and they went after it. Sanji's the only one that's not really voicing it that way, not even showing action towards it, and that's that's also kind of bothering us as well. Like, where's your conquerors going after what you want? Because you're not doing that to a degree.
Okay. Sorry, I want to say a few things. All right. One, in a way to counter, I'm gonna use something as kind of an example. You may say it's not the same thing, but I do the same thing because I noticed something.
Hold on, Lawrence. Put the mic a little further from you, like away.
Away? I'm too loud?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, you're
How
good
about now? Good now?
Yeah, you're good.
Is that we kind of gloss over it, but if you think about it, when Luffy met Zoro and when Luffy met Sanji, they were both under kind of like the same exact thing, right? They're keeping a promise or a loyalty or a pledge to someone they feel indebted or loyal to, right? Zoro, life on the line, where he chose to remember he turned himself to Marines to be held for that little girl, right? To save that little girl in the prison. He legit put his dream on hold where he could literally pass from this because he's being starved for whatever days and he could be passed from the situation or taken out by the Marines and everything because he's living up to this oath or whatever he did to this little girl, right? That's when Luffy met him. Sanji is doing the same exact thing. Anyway, so Zoro put his dream on hold to do this little thing for his little girl off something small. Sanji's doing the same thing with Zeph when Luffy met him. He put his goal on her because he felt indebted to Zeph because of he saved his life and what they were going through, right? So right there, to me, it shows that like what I know Sebastian trying to say, right, is that this thing, if you think about what Sanji's upbringing, right, what he was trained and nurtured to be, what he wanted to be by his father, but Sanji had his own will and principles that he stuck to, even though his entire upbringing told him to do opposite. Like his father, his brothers, all of that did something else. He was like, no, I'm going to do this in a way, right? So to me, it's like that's where it shows also an example of his strong will. Even when he was nurtured, he stuck out on his own to do those other things. The other thing I want to add, right? Because I know people think, all right, it didn't come out very conquery, right? One thing I want to add, if we go, chapter 507, right? And this is one of the points I'm trying to make, right? Going into the conquerors have to conquer something, whatever, right? I've always understood that differently, right? Because know what Ray and Luffy's conversation, right? Ray says to Luffy at chapter 507, do you think you can do it? The new world will surpass even your wildest imagination. The enemies there will be too strong. Will be strong too. Do you think you can conquer the powerful ocean? Luffy's response: I'm not going to conquer anything. The one who is the most free is the king of the pirates, or the pirate king, right? So Luffy, that whole thing like that you have to want to conquer something. Luffy right here, and then when he says this, Ray, I think he's like thinks of Roger. Roger kind of says something similar. They're not trying to conquer anything, but they're trying to be the most free. Sanji Nili kind of mimics that, right? He's trying to be most free in what he wants to do, right? And then the other part is right here, Ray also mentions what Conquerors is, or what Haki is the art of not doubting, right? Sanji was grown with all doubts because of his upbringing, and that's what they're talking to. Because if you think about this too, right? Think of when, because not like Conquerors don't doubt, because we know Luffy doubted himself. Luffy called himself weak when what? When he let his brother Ace pass, when it was Luffy's fault, because Ace jumped in front of him to save him when that punch was made for him by Akainu. Ace went to go protect him because Luffy couldn't protect himself. Ace passed. After that state that Luffy was in, he was mentally broken, right? Saying that he was too strong. What helped him get out of that was Jinbei, right? But Sanji's situation, he's never getting that help like someone like Jinbei. He's always repeatedly being stuck in that situation where someone's saying you're weak, you're worthless. That's self-doubt. So if you're in like that state of Luffy where something happened where you're viewed as weak, nothing's there to get you out of it. And this is what Sanji is dealing with. And it's much more than that, right? So he's in this nurturing environment of the exact opposite, where you're nurturing in your mind this self-doubt, this self-loathing. You're worthless, you're weak, you're good for nothing, right? Through year after year without anyone to tell you otherwise, right? But even that, he's still stuck to his own will, as in, I'm not going to, no matter what, no matter abuse he got from his father, whatever, his strong will, I'm still not attacking women. I will fight against my father and my brothers, even if it means I'm losing, because I'm not going to attack women. I'm not going to be this evil thing you want me to be. That's that strong right here. The amount of abuse he suffered, he still is like, I'm still not doing it. I'm not bending to your will. My will, what I want to do, how I want to live my life, I'm going to stick to it. Even with all the abuse he does, that again shows another strong will from Sanji, right? But it also developed, obviously, this doubt because he was never nurtured in a way or supported, where legit, Jinbei had to tell Luffy, you still have who? You still have your crew, whatever, right? Even when Luffy was in this broken mental state. Sanji's repeatedly getting this broken mental state over and over and over, yet still remained strong to all his principles. And although he wanted to live his life with everything, right? Even like cooking, he's getting beat up for like serving rats, getting beat down, putting a mask over his face, an iron mask over his face, but still would cook for rats. So still went on his way to cook for his mother, would still protect women. Remember later on when they would abuse a woman just because Sanji like spoke nice to her. Sanji's ready to crash out and fight his brothers off that. This shows a strong will in that aspect of Sanji's character. No matter what he was facing, he would still do like his own principle. So I think like that, the art of not doubting was beat into him, but yet he never doubted what he wanted to do in going that aspect, right? So that's what's limiting Sanji, that's what's like the doubt, right? So now you think it's like, so we see that other conquerors can suffer this, but they also have, no one has, like Lionel saying, no conqueror has been in a situation for this long as Sanji without getting out of it, right? We're repeated with Sanji because we saw Luffy there, right? And we saw others there. Like I said before, we saw Ace with this doubt. Kaido was suicidal, and he's a grown freaking man, but he's still suicidal. And remember, he got to the point where he was like venting to Luffy, right, about how things don't go well for him. I tried this, and you did all the years I did. You just destroyed all the years I did. Remember, he was drinking, venting to Luffy, all that stuff. Like, yo, you just destroyed everything I built in the past like 20 years. You did this in like 2 nights or whatever, right? So they could get there, right? But Sanji is showing that it took him longer to overcome it, but it's the fact that he's still fighting it is conquerors in his own right. And so I'm like, there's hints there. So Oda's putting it like, all right, in a situation for a conqueror, for Sanji, it's different because, and he's saying that you could still overcome or become a conqueror, but you're limited by your situation of what the abuse you're trying to get. So it's like story writing wise for what Oda wrote for Sanji of how he could overcome it, but it's very, very interesting. So that even someone like this can be a conqueror, but he has to truly awaken it. He has to overcome all this, or he's not going to awaken his conqueror inside him. That's kind of the story he's writing with Sanji.
So
I want to say one thing though. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Larry, but we never said not conquer. We said king.
oh yeah, that was the other thing. I'm sorry, real
I'm
quick.
saying Larry never said not don't conquer. He said what we always focused on the king thing.
Yeah.
Like we didn't say not conquer everything. We talking about the king qualities and the king type of thing. Again, I'm on both sides. I understand both, but I'm just correcting that. Like we said
Yeah.
king, Larry said king, not conquer.
And to answer the question, knowing Sanji, I think he's gonna say the king of love. Like that's what I see Sanji because I think what about him is his whole story is about love. You know what I'm saying? Like even like for example, how Sanji lives his life is for others, to show love to others and to help out others. You know, Luffy in a different way is like become Pirate King, but in a way it's to impact others. But Sanji's more so in that way till he lives because he's a cook. Your whole thing is like serving others. How he lived as a child, he would serve and give food to anybody who was hungry, rats, his mother, you know, all of that. So he's like, I think he's gonna like the king of love because he's kind of like, if Luffy's the embodiment of freedom, Sanji's kind of trying to be like the embodiment, not the embodiment of love. I think that's too strong, but it's like almost in that aspect. Sanji would be the king or try to be the king of love. You know, that's the thing.
I have one last thing. Sorry, you gonna say something, Larry?
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. It's Luffy can say he doesn't want to conquer anything, but in order for him to be the most free, he has to fight people like Emu in order to do that, which means he has to assert his will upon Emu and defeat him. That way he can have it. So his intention may not to be conquering, but he has to conquer in order to achieve his unachievable dream, right? And the way you're speaking about Luffy needing Jinbei in order to get his mindset back of being, you know, this unwavering willed person, he did spend most of his life being unwavering. That's who he is as a person. That's from the jump. So when he finally got to a point in his life where like the men were too big, the powers were too strong, that's when he finally collapsed because he knew, he had the awareness that he was completely outweighed in so many ways. And then he lost his crew. So for him, he didn't only lose his will, he lost his crew, which led to losing his will. Okay. So let's go back to Sanji's childhood as well. When you talk about like who has had like a childhood that has been so unrelenting, such as Sanji's, you can literally look at Yamato. She literally states to Kaido when she's fighting him in their hybrid forms, she says, bar for bar, you have always intended to kill me. And then Kaido confirms, yes, that's right. This is not a family squabble. If you want to wear the name Odin, you must be ready for war. This isn't a game, Yamato. And then we are shown that she, as a little girl, was locked up, unable to eat because she found Odin's logbook. And Kaido punished her to the point where Sanji was punished. Couldn't eat, wasn't allowed to do anything ever. If she decided to keep calling herself Odin, she was to get punished. And what happened? Without even a second thought, Conqueror's Haki was shown. Knocked out the beast guards that were patrolling her. And then every day after her life after that, she chose to fight against Kaido and the entire Beast Pirates by herself. So when we talk about people who are conquerors, again, this is from a young age, and there is no need for their environment to shape who they are going to be. We've seen this multiple times now. Just because Sanji does it in an uncommon way, that's what makes him stick out like a sore thumb. And again, like I get it. I get what you guys are saying, but just because you fit one check on the Conqueror's Haki list doesn't mean that you're a Conqueror's Haki user, because now somebody like Buggy can become a Conqueror's Haki user. All of a sudden, he's found his will. He found a way not to be a coward anymore. He just needed to be able to just fall, upwards. But then again, he's going to earn it now. And now all of a sudden he's a Conqueror's Haki user just because he wants to find the One Piece. It's like, that's what we're going to start getting into as a fan base, that random people are just going to have these uplifts within themselves. And then all of a sudden they're Conqueror's Haki users. And I think that just goes against everything that we've been shown.
The only thing I have pushback on that, because what they were saying too, if you look at it, Sanji's been fighting his whole life. He's been fighting his family, fighting the doubt, fighting the everything. And this is why I say, like, even if you disagree to like how Sanji's going to get his conquerors, but do you remember how Sanji even got his Haki in the first place? He wasn't taught. Nobody taught him anything. He got stranded on an island, and he had to fight to survive. And through that fighting, again, through that adversity, he awakened his Haki. Again, the power of not doubting. Sanji is in a doubtful situation. How are you going to survive on an island when everyone's trying to attack you, trying to turn you whatever, and take you out? Sanji really had to fight his way out off that island. Yes, he did.
Hold on, Lionel. You're right with the Haki aspect, but he didn't awaken Conqueror's Haki on Kamabaka Kingdom.
No,
so that's where Rayleigh was talking about, where no self-doubt comes into play. It wasn't that he was facing the no self-doubt conversation within his mind on Kamabaka Island. He wasn't having any self-doubt within himself. Not during that point. So he had no way to work on discovering if he had Conqueror's Haki or not. Just because you get armament Haki, which everybody can do, just because you get observation Haki, which everybody can do, doesn't mean that you're going to get Conqueror's Haki because you just have no self-doubt. Like, even then, even if you had no self-doubt, that doesn't mean that you're automatically a Conqueror's Haki user as well, because 1 in a million people only have this.
No, that's not the point I'm making. I was making that, for instance, when Judge sees Sanji again, he says, and even Reiju says, I'm surprised you got so strong. Judge is surprised that Sanji himself, that he has Haki at all.
Yeah.
And I focus on, again, because Raven didn't say Conquerors is not the art of not doubting. He said Haki itself, Haki alone, is the art of not doubting. Judge saw Sanji as a doubtful person. He doubted Sanji's all his capabilities.
That's not true, though, bro.
No, my point is, like, Raven said, like, the fact is Haki is the art of not doubting. And Sanji's been doubting a lot.
No, Lionel. That was about Conquerors, not all Haki. Put it this way. Kobe, during Marineford, was there any self-doubt there?
Yeah.
Right. And what happened to him? He awakened observation Haki. Aisha on freaking Skypiea. She's a doubtful person. Also, observation Haki. So we're not talking about armament or observation when it comes to what Rayleigh said. Rayleigh was specifically pointing out Conqueror's Haki itself. That's where the self-doubting comes into play, right? But it isn't only just self-doubting. What makes you a conqueror is so many other things that you have to fit into. And we've been shown many times what they are. So I'm not saying Sanji shouldn't have it. I'm saying Sanji doesn't check the boxes that clearly are there. He checks one, and all of a sudden now that means if he checks one, other people can check one, and now they're Conqueror's Haki users as well, and we have to accept that.
I think you're just wrong with the number of checks. Oh. Like the number of checks is just higher than that, man.
Okay.
Like it just always has been.
All right.
And also too, I think because before that, right, Gabon says like the traits or the potential for it, right? So that has to be there. Like Buggy and Sebastian says, like even Usopp, whatever, like they don't have that trait or potential for it, right? Sanji shows that he has that because, like, even like for example, right?
This is where it gets tricky though, Lawrence, because why wouldn't Usopp have it now? Like Usopp's been fighting.
Man.
You see what I'm saying? This is what I'm talking about. Now that Sanji has it, anybody that checks one box out of the Conqueror's Haki list can now have it, Law.
Well, so he checked more boxes according to you. He got a powerful daddy. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think also the difference is, right, in Sanji's situation, because I know you can use Yamato, he has an abusive father, right? But the difference is a lot of them were like, especially Yamato was like born strong. Sanji wasn't, especially compared to his brothers. Because remember, they said that didn't they say also too with Sanji when he's a kid, he's like he's average or even weaker than most regular kids, right? Like, not especially compared to like his brothers, because his brothers were born enhanced. Sanji was born weak, so it was like he had no strength in himself at all to even defend himself, right? So then if you were born this weak, right, you can't even rely on your own strength. Yet he still fought against it. And the main thing is too, right, that Luffy's saying he doesn't want to conquer anything, because I remember I said this before on the podcast, right? Is that it's necessarily about like you the whole part, you must stand above others, right? A lot of people take that as, right, in a way you got to conquer them, but then Luffy says you don't got to it's not, I don't want to conquer anyone or anything, right? So it's more like it's not stand above, it's more like stand out, right? As in your will in this aspect of whatever you chose, like Whitebeard and Protected Family, Sanji for his dream of love and peace, freedom, and all blue stands out so much, right? That compared to others, right, you stand like a king. Your quality, or that wolf, like Luffy, he wants to become Pirate King so much that he stands out, that you stand as a king in your own right, because your ambition towards this goal, whatever you want, is kingly. That's what I think what it more means than like conquer than standing above others. I'm like, you stand above it as in your goal or your will for this stands above that. No one can really match you in your will for what you want. Yeah. To me, Sanji has that, because there's no one else in the show that's as principled, like that sticks to his principles, no matter the cost, even at his own life. Like Zoro, right? Zoro says, it's either I'm going to become the world's greatest swordsman or death. There's no in between. Sanji has literally that same exact thing towards his goals and principles as well. He's either I don't hit women or death. I don't do this or death. He has that same will, that drive that stands above or stands out among others what he wants to do. That in a way, it's kingly in that aspect.
So let me point out something else, because this is getting overlooked too. But Conqueror's Haki users, even when they have like really big goals, they've had really little goals even as children. And this is what I keep going back to, is like when you're a child, usually this is just in your mindset, right? Like this is who you are from rip, okay? Let's go with Kid. We all know, except for Sebastian, right? Like Kid's a Conqueror's Haki user, most likely doesn't deserve it, right? Just based on his performance, okay? When Kid was a young child, he unified 4 groups as a kid and became the king of them and took out a rival gang. As a kid, he became a boss of his own gang and then unified the other 3 gangs. So already that shows that he has kingly ambitions from a child, which we see with other children in the show who have Conqueror's Haki. Now, when we go to somebody like, let's say, Zoro as well didn't like the fact that Kuina was better than him and continuously challenged her until he could win. So this is what I'm saying. Even with Luffy and all these other people who are Conqueror's Haki users as children, Sanji would be the first person as a kid that didn't do the things that they had done. And they didn't experience much worse because Yamato was in a similar situation to him. Katakuri could also be argued, like we mentioned before, could be in a similar situation to him. Sanji has more of a peaceful time because he lived under Zeph. He could have lived however he wanted to. This is what I mean. When you're a conqueror as a kid, you have unwavering will to be kingly. At some point, it just happens.
So Larry, what was Shanks's as a kid? Because he's like the strongest conqueror we got in the series right now, and he was casually protected by the world's strongest people every day.
Shanks was going to be next up. He was going to take after Roger.
He didn't want that.
No, he didn't want it. Hold on.
What did he say?
Hold on.
He said, what did he say?
He didn't want it anymore. Okay. He didn't want it anymore after they came back from Laugh Tale. He didn't just decide out of nowhere, oh, I don't want to be the next Roger anymore. Literally, Roger and them came back. Roger spoke to Shanks. Shanks started crying. And then after that moment, when the Roger Pirates disbanded, Shanks told Buggy, I don't want that anymore. I want something different. So again, we don't have the missing piece for Shanks. But we know that Shanks himself, his aspirations was to become the next Pirate King.
I mean,
Am I wrong?
The man straight up told us himself what he actually wanted in life. Like, he said that.
What did he say?
That he just wanted a simple pirate life with Buggy.
Right.
That's what Shanks wanted.
Right. What do you think that means though?
How do you mean?
Because Luffy didn't want to conquer anything. He just wanted to be the freest. Right? So for Shanks being the whatever with Buggy, that also could mean, hey, I was supposed to be the next Roger, but that also means I could be laid back because of it, because I'm that strong. I could do anything I want.
And also, Sebastian, Shanks says that, but he also told Roger that he plans on going after the One Piece.
Right.
Like after when they got there.
Yo,
don't worry, I'll go after my own.
But hold on. Until this is my other thing with that, right? When Shanks said that, the One Piece was basically the same thing that the All Blue is. Some fictional place that nobody's ever been to. It wasn't the desire of the entire world that it is now. No, listen, when Shanks said it to Roger, the world wasn't after this island. You get what I'm saying? It was just this last island that Roger was trying to get to, and Shanks was bringing up, and this is what he grew up trying to get to. This wasn't the One Piece that we know it as now, where the entire world knows what it is striving for it, and is fighting over it. This was, I'm going to get to that island, because Roger wanted to get to that island. That wasn't some... I'm not trying to disrespect Shanks, but that's not some grand dream to try to find the One Piece in that moment. You get what I'm saying? Like, it just wasn't. Like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it really wasn't. It was Roger's dream to find this island. Shanks wanted to go. They couldn't go because Buggy got sick. And he went, we'll just go together. But that still ties into the same thought process. He said, I wanted to have a simple pirate life with Buggy. That was Shanks' actual goal. He's burdened by all this other stuff. It's true.
I only have some pushback because what Shanks really said to Ben Beckham. Now you're reversing it. You have Shanks and Luffy. And Luffy gets inspired and encouraged by this great pirate Shanks. The same thing was with Roger and Shanks. Because during the first chapter, I even told Lawrence this, Shanks got a little annoyed whatever at Luffy, and Shanks says to Ben Beckham, saying to Luffy, I was a lot like that when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Shanks was a lot similar to Luffy when he was a kid. Showing they had similar ideas and mindsets, the views, being a pirate, being great, doing all this stuff. The only point that changed is when Roger talked to Shanks and Shanks was crying. We don't even know that conversation, but we only know that happened after that moment with Roger passing. Then when Buggy asks Shanks, what's up? What's going on? Shanks had a change of mind for whatever reason. But again, Shanks already showed he was a lot similar to Luffy. So Shanks had these ambitions, had these goals since he was a child, whatever it was. Something changed with them Roger viewing the history of something, and Roger told Shanks something. That's what we know. But I'm just saying that for Shanks' words, I was a lot like Luffy when I was a kid. He said, he reminds me of myself. Shanks said that to Ben Beckham. Because off that, Luffy is a conqueror. Luffy is wild and crazy. Shanks showed that in his youth. So that's the only question I have.
And, I just want to add real quick for the chapter, right? I want to double check. It's chapter 597, where Ray says, "To never doubt is power," but he is just talking about Haki. He's not talking about Conquerors, because it's about the time where he's when he's doing observation actually, and he's just showing all the three forms. And Luffy's like, "How'd you do that? What is that?" He says, "To never doubt, that is power." And he goes like, "You're gonna learn this ability and all that stuff." But yeah, he's talking about Haki itself, not Conquerors.
So I got a question for you, Larry. I know we've been on this a while, but I figured it would be the longest thing we talked about here. You say Sanji has one trait. What is the one trait that you're speaking to? Because I have a couple that I feel like fit within the Conqueror's Haki realm for him, which is why I think Gabon said what he said. Granted, I don't know that Gabon would have all this insight that we have as readers, because we've followed Sanji's entire journey, but I have a couple. But What's the one that you're thinking of when you say it?
The consistency of conquerors only following other conquerors,
Okay.
like joining the crew.
Right. Like he wouldn't have joined some other crew in some other fashion or whatever. Like he wouldn't have done that. I got you.
Maybe.
So okay. So I know this is gonna probably be divisive, but when Mihawk made the claim about the ability to turn even enemies into allies, you wouldn't say Sanji has that ability?
To turn enemies into allies?
Yeah. Or to turn people onto your side. I think, what was it exactly? To rally those around him to his side. When he called it the most formidable ability on the seas that Luffy had at Marineford. Because I feel like we see that with Sanji on a couple different instances. Kinemon, the G5 Marines.
Duval.
Huh?
Duval.
Listen, I feel like there's several examples of that throughout the story. Like more so than we see with others. Like, I don't know. To me, the Indomitable Will, turning people over to his side, oh my God, I'm blanking. But he has the traits, in my opinion. Like he's always had the traits. He just has had this doubt.
That's what brought up the whole Ivankov thing. Like Sanji said, like in the beginning, no, he's going to go through. He says, "I'm going to survive this." Like Sanji was not doubting at all that he's going to come out this on top and get stronger and meet the crew back in 2 years. Like if you go back, Sanji was very determined. Like, and that's what I'm saying. Like there's certain aspects where you don't see conquerors, but there's very aspects where you see evident. Like, yo, this is what a conqueror would do. And it's like the most was it during that time when he was by himself on that island, knowing that, all right, I have to wait 2 years of training. I'm going to survive this, and that's where like it's hinted there. Then Oda goes back again with the whole trauma of being on the island, and that's I'm like, yo, like, so again, there's hints there, but like Oda's how Sanji is, he's mostly through character development. That's his character. Yeah. Nobody has much character development in the history of, I'm not gonna say anime, but the history of One Piece. Not even Luffy has more main character development than Sanji. And Sanji's like the third character or the third protagonist in the series. Like it's Luffy and Zoro, and he has more character development between both of them. And that's how Sanji is built for whatever reason. Like he's really written that way.
He's conflicted. He's a conflicted conqueror. The most non-conquerors thing that Sanji did to me is when he got conflicted on Kamabaka Kingdom.
All right, bro.
When he was like, "Yo,
hey, man, hey, y'all brought that and the nosebleed up today." That's what we doing.
That's why I was like, "Ooh, a conqueror would have been doubting like that, Sanji. Nah, you tripping, bro." When he was just like, "Yo,"
I thought the whole time you were saying when he said to Luffy, "Throw away your ambition." I thought you were gonna say that, not the whole like he got
that one was worse, bro.
Was it?
Yeah.
In arguments I've had in past about Sanji being a conqueror, not being a conqueror, the dress thing never came up. The throw away your ambition thing came up every time.
He says the whole thing of love and loving ladies and everything is his whole will. It's everything about him. To give a lot up, to be like to flip.
Some dudes still pull women in dresses, bro. Some people still pull women in dresses, man. It happens. Shout out to Young Thug.
We took that as a gag, bro. That wasn't actually like it was a cover page we saw. Bro.
Happened,
it was like
bro.
Just one thing. Yeah. It wasn't a cover story either. You get me?
It's canon.
That was gag.
It's still canon, bro. I ain't gonna act like it's not. It happened. It happened. It happened, bro. I ain't gonna run from it. I ain't gonna run from it. That happened, bro.
That's the only conflict.
You know what? For all you know,
Mr. Nasty Time.
For all you know, Marvel back to Sanji, turn him, and he did a law thing and turned himself back.
I'm fighting for my life.
All right, Lionel.
This shot Conqueror, bro. Shot Conqueror, bro.
Hey, what did Kaido say? When Kaido's drinking, we don't know, bro. He be chilling with Ivankov too much.
It's your Conqueror, bro. Switch I was on, bro. Name one Conqueror that did this, huh?
Sanji.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Sanji,
saying.
son.
Yo.
Yeah. Who know what Dragon be up to?
Go.
Right?
It ain't
You
this.
don't
I'm
know.
about to leave. I don't
Dragon
know.
had kids, all right? No disrespect,
Listen.
Dragon. He had kids.
Listen, man.
All right.
Listen.
He
There's a
lives
lot
Sanji's
of
dream.
closeted people out here, Lawrence.
He live his Sanji dream. Because Sanji ain't got no kids. He ain't been with a woman. All right.
That's crazy.
How you gonna use that as an argument?
That's the most conflicting thing Sanji did
Oh,
like
man.
for a Conqueror, bro.
Give me a
That was
headache,
when I.
man.
That's what.
You know, I ain't even gonna say what I was gonna say, bro.
Oh man. All right, let's get through these super chats and then let's end the stream, guys.
Yeah.
It's been going on for more than 4 hours now.
Yeah, that's wild.
Larry, check DMs, bro.
Check DM.
I ain't gonna say it on chat, man. But check DMs. All right. We appreciate y'all. Oh man. Like the stream if you haven't already. I know we took a while with that one, but we figured it'd be the longest talking segment of the show. So we got 5 from Josie Dirts. It says, could swords have entities come out of them like Shamrock and Cerberus? Maybe Shanks has Griffin or Zoro has Enma. Could explain the Grim Reaper thing in Wano.
Could be. We've mentioned it could be like the Club Outerman.
Yeah.
I said my piece of what there. It's not enemy. What that the Grim Reaper thing. I think I said before. It was Zoro was that close to death. It was worse than nothing happened from all the damage he took on Wano. So Zoro was really, and he willed out of it, but he was really about to pass because of all the damage. That's what I believe. Evidence showed too.
Okay. Another 5 from Josie. Luffy naturally awakened his Conqueror's Haki. Zoro was leaking it out without knowing. Sanji was holding his back without knowing. Oda's so fire with that pen. Flame emoji. Pen emoji. Thank you. I agree. It's just a different avenue. Can't all be the same way. Another 5 from Masked. What was Masked name again? Full name? I can't see it. Masked Menace. There we go.
Oh, okay.
Masked Menace. It says 5 meant to say, love y'all, been here since the buggy cosplay. Keep the good talks going. Thank you. That's a long
Thank you.
time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
thank you.
What episode was that, Larry? That was in the hundreds, right?
Think so,
Yeah.
yeah.
Sheesh, man. Thank you. And thank you again for the big dono earlier, bro. Another 5 from Diamond Life. Favorite twins / pair of siblings in anime. My question for Law is, if you read other manhwa, have you read other manhwas since you read Solo Leveling?
Yeah. I mean, I used to read manhwa before I even read Solo Leveling. Like I read this one you may not know called Change Guy. It's a martial arts manhwa. It's most of my manhwa I read is all martial arts really based. Yeah. But I've read other ones. There's another one I can't think of. Oh, and I think the Breaker New Waves and Breaker what's the newest one? But that's manhwa too. So I've read other. Breaker's dope. I like the Breaker.
My favorite pair of siblings in anime is Edward Elric and Alphonse from Full Metal Alchemist.
That's a good one, yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm not too sure.
You guys come up with them, let us know. Also, let us know your favorite siblings in anime in the chat. Another 10 from Dakota. It says, recently, Emu Dark Flames went from angry to joyful once seeing Luffy. So the song mix is more like Joy's in Drums of Liberation, and then possibly Nika's Shiesty's Up is a different song, is what I mean. Okay. So Luffy's presence is affecting the sound and the music that's drumming in even Emu's heart. That's interesting. That's an interesting one. He did seem to have fond memories of Joy Boy on some level a little earlier in the day. So maybe. How y'all feel about that?
He's just like I like different music and he just I'm tired of them drums, man.
The Shiesty remix is funny.
I could see like both of their songs meshing.
Okay. All right, we got another 9 months of Knock'em status from Red Haired Gator. Larry, this one's for you. It says, Larry, do you think Oda missed with Sanji's Conqueror's Haki?
Yeah, but I understand it.
Yeah, I feel like a majority of the rest will be around that. All right, thank you. Another 5 from the C. Bellamy. Will Luffy be the first person to utilize critical mass Haki and a Devil Fruit? Hopefully. Hopefully he uses it by the end of this arc.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm trying
that we've seen, because Emu better know it.
Yeah, it'll be on panel. Is what I guess what they were saying. Like, I don't think it'll be the first of all time. I'm assuming Joy Boy had it. I'm assuming
exactly.
Emu had it, and other people had it.
Okay.
Yeah. Another 10 from King Steph. Sanji better get Conqueror's Haki feats and statements than Sanji already got better Conqueror's Haki feats and statements than Kid. Hashtag Sanji the GOAT. Hashtag the divine departure. Hashtag TOPT. Fire emojis. Yeah, I mean, I'd be saying Kid over Sanji. Maybe I got to rethink that, man.
You got to rethink a lot of things.
I got to rethink that.
You said Marco
now.
over Sanji too, which is crazy.
Listen, he wasn't a Conqueror then. Oh, yeah.
Sebastian, we have Cat who's a Conqueror. You think Kid is being Cat. So shut up.
Kid a Conqueror too? Listen, Cat ain't all that, man. Now I get to stand 10 toes on my Sanji over Cat takes, man. Let's go.
Sebastian tried to act like he wasn't down with Sanji before.
10 toes.
I can't have to come at him. And he tried to say, like, yo, when he chose Doflamingo over Sanji as his favorite character, he said, when Sanji becomes a Conqueror, then I'll have him as a favorite character.
He wasn't living up to my expectations of him, so I had to drop him down one. But we here now. Okay?
That's crazy.
Sanji over Blackbeard now.
Oh my god.
Yo.
Yeah, good job, Rocket. Another 10 from season. I don't know. Have you reread chapter 66? Seth talks about how determination is the ultimate weapon and that Luffy and Zoro have it. Seth makes offhand comment about how Sanji has that weapon too, but that he neglects it. Yeah, I spoke on it a little bit in my deeper dive Sanji Conqueror's Haki analysis. I had to reread that whole section to kind of formulate my thoughts. But I always thought it was good. I also really, really like that Oda's basically bringing that thought process back here in this latest chapter. And having Gabon do it is key. Another 5 from season. Delusional Zoro fans aside, Larry, I'm looking at you. Is it time to admit the Sanji fans won the Zoro and Sanji agenda war?
No.
Listen, if the agenda is that Sanji is stronger than Zoro, then no. But they won this battle. This was the biggest battle of that war, I would say. This is the biggest battle of that war. They won that one. But I still got Zoro over Sanji. Another 2 from Josie Dirts. Title also refers to killing him being a root cause. Yeah, I kind of went through both things in my analysis a little bit there. Another 10 months at Warlord status from Max Power. Sanji with Conqueror's Haki puts him above many characters now, and I'm about to agenda so it's big Sanji season. Feeling hyped today. He above rocks. Hashtag he like that. What we do?
People go too far.
What we do? Chill out. Another 10 from season. Larry doesn't understand Conqueror's Haki. Conquerors is about being a king, like not about wanting to be a king. Huh? Most Conquerors users never wanted to be a king. Odin was the rightful king of Wano, and that was the last thing he wanted.
What did he become?
He still became what's it called? The daimyo of Kyori? Yeah. But he did want that, right? He wanted to clean that lawless zone up.
The best kings are usually the ones that don't want to rule.
Yeah. Another 2 from Larry's biggest hater. Larry, don't backtrack like this when Blackbeard gets Conqueror's Haki. Has your view on Blackbeard getting it changed now that Sanji has it? I'm assuming you'll probably just say he'll get it now, right?
Yeah, anybody can get it. I'm expecting Buggy to have it.
Oh man, another 10 from Josie. Jeff said, even a man bristling with powerful weapons can be skewered by the spear of blind grip. I know a fool who's chewing a spear of his own for no good reason. What did you think that this meant, Larry? I forgot to add that second part to my analysis. That's on me.
He wasn't it.
All right. Another 5 from Josie. Sanji doubting his life reminded me of what Gabon said to Shanks. That's your bad habit again. Don't you dare regret your birth. And now Shanks is the GOAT. Sanji and Shanks parallels.
Let's expect Sanji with Shanks' Haki now.
Yeah. The Sanji Shanks parallel's always been there, man. Another 5 from Polarize. Wait till Larry finds out Blackbeard is the end villain and not Emu. Laughing emojis. He's gonna call that bad writing too. Hashtag Cope. Hashtag love you, Larry. Hashtag he reading 2-piece. Hashtag bald. Another 2 from Josie. Yo, they on your head today. Also, Larry, what kingly ambition does Gabon have?
We talked about that.
Yeah. Another 2 from Liquid Therapy. Seb Cook, 100%. Power was never the issue, like with Zoro. Yeah. I will say I don't think power was ever Larry's point. Or even most people who argue that Sanji wouldn't get its point. It was never about power. They knew Sanji would creep up in power over time. Like that wasn't the focal point. Yeah. I don't think it was ever a power thing. Another 5 from Season. Whitebeard 2 wanted to sacrifice himself for others at Marineford. Larry, does that mean that Whitebeard did not deserve Conqueror's Haki?
He did it one time in his life. Sanji does it every day of his life. It's a big difference.
That's fair. I think that's fair. Another 2 from Way the Asian. Spit Seb, hashtag Sebbe, hashtag Talk Yo Talk, hashtag Prove Larry Wrong. Y'all funny, man. Be easy on Larry, man. Another 10 from Josie.
Don't be easy.
Rayleigh, this is the power to overwhelm the color of the Supreme King, but most people never discover it in their lives without ever reaching their full potential. To never doubt that is power. That was what Lawrence was speaking to a little earlier. Lawrence, he added in the most people never discovering it piece, which I think is apt for Sanji in this case. Another 5 from Season. Odin literally sacrificed himself and got boiled like he planned. Larry, does Odin not deserve Conquerors?
Why they keep on using circumstantial stuff as the argument? Like, yo.
Listen, y'all gotta give more respect to Larry here, bro. He was talking about Sanji's consistent portrayal of character. It wasn't one instance.
Gabon literally says a streak. Like, it's a continuous series of him doing it. Not that one time. Like, yo, come on.
And also how Gabon know that?
And that's what we were talking about earlier. That's what we were talking about earlier. And also, too, Larry's attaching it to him wanting to do so is to this doubting and low self-worth. And that's the streak of it. It was like it's not very conquering because you view yourself as so low that you're willing to easily sacrifice your own life for others. So that's what Larry's attaching it to, which again, it doesn't scream conquerors, why it's holding him back. So Larry's not wrong in that aspect. It was really stopping him from becoming a conqueror because that was the trait that he had of like doubting himself to the point where he would just easily sacrifice himself.
Yeah. We're running into some repeated stuff just because weren't able to get the super chats in a while. So sorry, y'all. Another 2 from Google me 2371. Quick, Larry, what's Gabon's goal and ambition? You kind of talked about that already. Another 5 from Josie. Lionel was spot on. And what Law said about Kaido, Zoro, and Ace is why I knew Sanji was going to have Conqueror's Haki. When Larry said he wouldn't, Volume 100 cover backs it up. Okay. I have to go look at that. I think that's the one where everybody on there was a Conqueror except Sanji. It was like Yamato, Kaido, Luffy, and Zoro, I think, was on there. Yeah. Maybe I'm tripping, but I think that's the one. Another 2 from Jadaru. Sanji was experimented on to obey and still left. I wouldn't say he left exactly. You know what I mean? He left. Like he did leave.
Yeah, he escaped.
But it was an escape. You know what I'm saying? Like
he was forced to leave.
Nah, yeah, Reiju freed him. and then he left of his own volition.
Reiju said, "You
But-
better go," and he was like, "Nah," for a second.
He did hesitate. He did. Another 5 from season. Katakuri literally let Big Mom dictate his life. Zoro fans like Larry just say sheet and hope nobody catches that they are making things up.
I'm not a Zoro guy. I'm a Haki guy. If Haki is favoring one person, I'm gonna favor that person.
Damn, you got to favor Sanji now, man. Look at that.
Yeah.
Another 5 from Josie. Larry, did you forget that that kid Sanji was ready to face Zeph, bit down on his leg, and said he was going to find the all blue? That's kingly ambition.
I mean, what else are you gonna do when you're starving? Like, an old lady will try to murk you if she's hungry enough.
Another 5 from season. Big Mom literally ate one of her kids, and Katakuri just sat back and didn't even say anything. Larry, get your facts straight. We talked about this before. She didn't end up eating that kid, right? Or am I tripping? Yeah, she like took the soul, but he was still alive.
Yeah,
still alive at the end of the day. So, season, get your facts straight. Talk about my brother like that. Other 5 from Josie Dirts. Larry, when did Kid show Conqueror's Haki when he declared Kid Zoro show Conqueror's Haki when he declared he wanted to be the world's strongest swordsman? When did Kid Luffy use Conqueror's Haki when he declared he wanted to be the Pirate King? Josie going crazy today.
Yeah, I mean, Josie keeps picking and not looking at everything I said. He's kind of just focused on like specific things, and he's not connecting. So, I mean, you're right, brother. Like, you're right, but that doesn't dissolve any of my overall thesis of what I was talking about. It's still the same. Like, sorry, bro.
Another 5 from Josie. All the kids you mentioned that did show Conqueror's Haki when they were stating their kingly ambitions are ironically all on the losing side or dead. Examples: Big Mom, Ace, and Katakuri. Is that true? I guess Dofi's another one. I don't think that's true. Yamato didn't lose. Yeah. Another 10 from Fluffy Hawk. Do Kid and Killer like each other, or are they just really good bros? Also, who would the last straw hat ship the longest with all them winning? Hold on. Do Kid and Killer like each other, or are they just really good bros? Also, who would last on the straw hat ship the longest with all them? Winner gets $350 million. So I'm guessing it's of us 4 who would last the longest on the straw hat ship. Is that the question?
Probably me or Sebastian. Lawrence probably not, because he likes taking showers. Probably won't be able to do that much.
I wouldn't last because Sanji smokes cigarettes.
Yeah,
I hate to smell cigarettes. I'm getting off that shit.
I'm never leaving the shit, bro.
Chopper will be
You know what I
tending
mean?
to Lionel like every week.
Oh man. So who's winning the 350 million? Me or you, man?
It's probably gonna be me, because you're gonna have to do work. You're probably gonna be like, "Oh, I gotta go somewhere for work."
The 350 million is the job, bro. 350.
You ain't quitting your job, bro.
And that
$350 million? Larry, in reality, we would just like, yo, I'm gonna get the 350, and then like we split it.
Right.
Like,
We would just split it. Just take one person to split it.
Larry the type to like jump off the ship, be like, I can swim, you can't.
No, that's Lawrence. What? Lawrence is gonna try to fight Zoro or Luffy,
Oh my god. I was saying sacrifice themselves.
and then he's gonna
The
get
other
kicked off the
person
ship.
And that for the beginning of that question, they're bros. That was I don't
Yeah.
know why you asked it. That was weird.
Yeah, they're bros.
Another 5 from Josie. Not trying to butt heads with you, Larry. I just don't agree with how you make it sound like everyone has to go the same way to reach the same goal. We all unique.
Listen, a brother could argue similarities amongst multiple instances, and somehow we all unique. All right, bro.
Another 20 from Fluffy Hawk. How long are you lasting before being corrupted like Emu did? I gave myself a year. How long do you guys think you got? I think Seb got 200 years. Larry got 60 years. Law 500 years. Lionel 300 years. These numbers are very arbitrary.
Wait,
Very arbitrary.
This is what y'all think of me, bro? Jesus. You know it's only taking Sebastian 3 months.
When he get corrupt like Emu with his power?
Yes.
Honestly, that might be a day. What you're saying before, you can't be a hero with your powers. Nah, bro, you're wilding, bro. Like it might be like the couple of minutes you get it. You're like, I'm Emu.
Day one.
Define corrupted. You feel me?
Yo,
because if you was
no faith in you, bro.
Because if you was always this, is it corruption?
So wait, what was the question? It was like if you had Emu's power, like how long it would take you to become corrupt? You said this.
Yeah, you have everything Emu has. How long before you're like, I'm violating. I'm making sure I stay on the top. I'm erasing entire civilizations, genocides, etc. Wiping information, all that. How quickly are you switching up?
To me, that's all. I know people use the whole money thing, but it's all in your heart. If you're already that person already, you're gonna be that person. Now you just have more opportunity to utilize that or show it in a way because the power. If people say money corrupts, no, you already had that in you. That was already in your heart and your mind. That's something you already wanted to do. So if that's already in you, when you get a chance to do it, you're gonna do it. You know, that's like
what's the bar, Larry? Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
I've read the Bible quite a bit, bro. There were some good men who were corrupted.
Right? Oh yeah, but that's because they allowed their heart to. Like for example, the Bible says, right?
We ain't perfect
about sin. When it talks about sin, right?
We ain't perfect.
We're not. I'm not saying I'm perfect.
Right.
But
we all getting corrupted.
I'm saying is that I don't have that. What Emu has in him, in his heart to do that. I don't have that in me.
Yeah, man. It's just gonna take you a little longer, bro.
Nah. Because I don't have.
What they give Lauren? They gave Lauren.
Huh?
They gave you 500 years, bro.
I don't have.
Yeah, you got 500 years. Sebastian got 3 months.
I don't
maybe
have
a day.
Oh, I got 200 years. Hold on now.
Lionel said you got a day, bro.
Lionel closer to accurate than they are. 200
I only said because the stuff you were saying before with the powers. I was just
200 years, bro.
I don't have that.
The second the Knicks not winning, the second the Knicks don't go back to back, I'm doing some.
That's great. Oh my god, what is wrong with you?
This is what I'm talking about.
I'm crashing out.
I don't have that desire, bro. Yeah, this one, like right. I'm actually gonna read it out. What the Bible says, right? At James 1, it talks about sin. It goes, each one is tried by being drawn out and enticed by his own desire. Then, when the desire becomes fertile, gives birth to sin. Sin in turn brings death. So each one is drawn out and enticed by their own desire. I don't have that desire to do any of that stuff. That's not in me. So that's what I'm saying. You already if you have that desire in you, it's gonna be.
You also don't have all the, you know what I mean?
Sebastian,
resources.
Who was that girl that was on the wall in the attic with the ice cream?
Vita Guerra.
You get Vita Guerra Prime, bro. You losing all everything, bro.
And you got access.
You corrupted for sure, bro. You cannot get away from all bad Latina, bro.
You can get 300 of them a day, yo. You know what I'm saying? You emu, bro.
Listen, bro. And lust is like the worst thing.
I'm saying in this situation.
Yeah. Laurel, you followed him, bro. I'm giving you 250. Easy.
Not
250 years. I'm going to cut what bro said in half.
Years?
250 years, man.
Bro. First of all, absolutely not. He's
going to be like, yo, I ain't get my witch hazel this month. Just start teeing off on people.
Absolutely.
All right. We got another two from Josie. Larry, he continues. Plus, if you solar flare me, I'm cooked. Another two from Season. Katakuri literally let his environment shape him. Yeah, he's hiding that face.
You gotta remember also
Another
he had
10.
that love and loyalty to his mom too. So whatever he had for his sisters, had that for his mom. That's why he didn't want to do that. So he was very family oriented.
Another 10 from Fluffy Hawk. Hear me out. I was angrier with Usopp when he lied to that little girl. Like, bruh, don't tell a little girl. It's like he lacked common sense for that. Tell her another lie. Also, Cat Admiral level trust.
No trust.
Yeah, no, I'm not trusting that, dog. Just like that little girl shouldn't have trusted Usopp, man.
What
You know
little
what I
girl are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm
I don't even know.
I'm
Trying to remember.
trying to think what little girl is he talking about.
Oh, the Otama. No? Was it Otama? No. Yeah, it was Otama. He lied and told her that the snake oil or whatever was healing powder or healing oil. And when Yasue got shot up, she tried to like give it to him so that he would like live from the bullet wounds. And he didn't. I remember.
Yo, my laptop is about to die.
You
Why
ain't
ain't you
charging
charging
it, bro?
Yeah, why?
I charged it, but
Yeah,
Why
let's
don't
keep
you have
going.
it plugged in now? I have
Why
mine.
aren't
I
You're
can't. My
not
mic.
charging it.
My mic.
Oh.
You have one. That's wow. One
Let's keep
outlet.
going.
All right. Another. Oh, Fluffy Hawk also became a Yonko. So welcome. Enjoy all the emojis that come with being a Yonko. Another 5 from Crack Rock 69. Big
What?
Mom did not have kingly ambitions as a kid. Yeah, she was more indomitable will than anything at that point in time.
Yeah.
Another 30 Miar from Mario Pog. It says, Larry, to be fair, Sanji was made to be different than his siblings. They are the opposite. That's why Sanji did not show what Luffy and Zoro did when they are kids. Sanji didn't have the strength nor will to fight. Another 5 from Josie. So did you want Kid Sanji to kick every person who didn't believe in him in the All Blue? Not every dream or goal has to be or can be achieved that same way.
Yeah, I mean, in order to blossom your hockey, you got to fight people.
Another 15 yard from Mario. Sanji is repaying his gratitude of Zeph saving him when he was a kid by staying, and he is also the reason Sanji has the skill or person we see today. Yeah. For sure. Another 20 from Fluffy. What do you guys think is happening if all the Straw Hats face Kaido or Emu and they do the robot where Frankie wants them all to combine like they did at Thriller Bark? How is Emu and Kaido reacting in that situation? Is Kaido drunk?
Kaido would probably want to do it with them if he's drunk.
Imagine Kaido has like the super happy shocked eyes that Luffy be having when he's like the glistening. Emu
I can't.
Emu would probably just do an Omen at it, bro.
Yeah.
Honestly, he would just immediately just try to get him out of there.
Thank
you guys.
Nah, I picture kind of getting excited and think it's gonna be stronger. He just one shots it and he gets really depressed and starts drinking again.
That'd be pretty funny. Shout out to all the jewels we got. I see 267, 40, 400, another 67, another 20. Thank you guys for the jewels. Another 1,000 jewels. Again, I don't know what the jewels represent currency wise, but thank you. Another 10 from Season. Larry, I'm sorry for all my mean comments. I wouldn't enjoy this show as much if you rage bait me so much. If you didn't rage bait me so much. That's funny. Another 2 from John Wick. Sanji doesn't want to rule, LOL, and he's a prince. Technically. Yeah. Another 10 from Daniel Ballinger. Joined a little late. I don't know if any has asked this, but what do you think about the theory that Dragon can only use his Devil Fruit with Ivankov's help and is Luffy's mom and dad? Okay, the mom and dad part is dumb. I've never agreed with that part. The idea that he can only use the ability of like the Zaza fruit or whatever if he's a woman, I don't think that makes sense. I don't know why the fruit would have that kind of limitation. Whether it turns him into a woman, like casually, is another thing. You know what I mean? I don't know if he takes form of whatever Zaza deity is supposed to be, the rain god is supposed to be. And again, it's all speculation at this point. And it could be part of the reason why he keeps an Ivankov in the pocket so he could turn back. But I don't know. I think that's more of a joke than it is a serious theory. But I do think he probably has the rain god fruit. Another 5 from Josie. Sanji will never parallel Shanks. There's parallels there. Watch, man. I got you. I'll have to break them down another day, but they are there. I'm saying Sanji's bad habit of holding himself back. Chill, Larry. I was the only person with you on Zoro beating Loki. Yeah, I was tweaking then, man. That was Tweak City, man. That was Tweak. Another 2 from John Wick. That was before he was starving, Larry. You're not Oda, cuh. God, it's crazy. God, it's crazy. Another 2 from Josie. I'm not a Sanji stan. I'm a Zoro and Sanji guy. Yeah, I'm a Monster Trio guy, man. People think we don't exist. We exist. Another 2 from Josie. I'm not saying you're wrong, Larry. Just bringing balance. Another 17 months at Nakama status from King Peasant. Cried at this chapter. More emotional than last. That's a little excessive, bro.
What?
Sanji fans, bro.
I'm a Sanji fan, bro.
If you didn't cry, you didn't tell me you didn't cry.
Cried, bro. I didn't even cry when the Knicks won. I almost did though. I got close. Another 2 from Josie. To be clear, me and Larry both think Loki over Zoro. Now think Loki over Zoro. Yeah, man. You know, it took longer than it should have, but you know, it happened. Another 5 from Corman. D. Chaz. Is Gunko crashing out? Will Loki survive his injuries? Will Sanji finally get the Za? Find out next time on TOPT. Hashtag throwing it back at Whitebeard. All right, let's get out of here, guys. Let's get out of here. That's all the super chat.
Yo, what the heck? Was Sanji finally get the Za and throwing it back at Whitebeard? I don't even understand, but okay.
Yeah. Guys, it was a great chapter. I had a fun time. I read the chapter today. I did not read the chapter yesterday like I usually do. So I think I read it at like 2 p.m.
It's so funny.
And
I saw you yesterday and I was like, I don't feel like he's read it, and I don't think he's gonna be able to live react because of what you were doing. And I was like, I gotta not say anything when I saw you yesterday. I was like, he's too busy.
yeah, it's funny because I went by Lawrence, and then Lawrence is like, "Oh, let me turn the chapter." When I was like setting up the computer.
When he came upstairs, I was reading the chapter, and I was just like, let me close my screen because I think he hasn't read this yet.
It's funny too because I was like, "Yo, you ain't got to do all that." He's like, "Nah,
I do." Yo, bro, it's so funny because I saw you and Lawrence working on the laptop on the computer and stuff, and I was like, I looked at you, Lawrence. I don't know if you saw. I looked at him like he don't know.
Oh, I knew. I knew.
I was like, I knew you knew. I was like, Larry, you don't know. I was like, yo, it's funny. Yo, it's so funny, bro.
It's because usually I have time to prepare, like if something happens. But once I read the chapter and I saw what happened, I said, FML, bro. Just not having a good weekend. I was like, just to put this on top of it. And I was like, yo, it's so funny because like the whole Davy back thing and this were like killers for me, bro.
Same arc.
Same
Yeah.
arc.
Yeah.
Same arc.
Yo, Elbaf is bottom 5, yo.
No, it got rocks, man. It got
Bottom
rocks,
five.
bro.
Rocks can't help me recover from this, bro.
It's rocks, man. It got rocks, bro.
Yeah, but we have 2 more super chats from Jada Rude. But the 2 says, why Loki keep getting shanked? I don't know, bro. King Peasant with the 5 again. Not gonna lie, always saw Ivankov as a conqueror.
Hey, man.
I'm sure Mihawk will have it, so all 3 mentors will have it. Ivan is a ruler after all, got aura. Listen, he fought his inner gayness, bro. So he, from Sebastian's standpoint, he got it, bro.
Did he fight it? I don't think he ever fought it. Listen, he didn't let the world tell him he couldn't be that, man. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Didn't let the world stop him from being what he was trying to be at any
Facts.
point, man. Yeah.
Go.
All right, bro. Yo, end this pod, bro. End this.
Oh my gosh. Absolutely not.
No.
We got another one too from Josie. Gotta give Larry some love, man. That big bro forever.
Love you, Josie. Thank you so much, bro.
They keep typing. I don't know if you guys have noticed. They keep typing in the chat Zoro versus Vista, and I guess
Why?
they want us to. I think they want us to break it down and discuss it. Dude, it's Zoro.
Zoro wins.
Yeah, unless Vista has some self-loathing he got to get through, then it's Vista, yo.
We got another 10 from Norwitz. Hey, Top, happy new era. Just got a new job and wanted to spend a little on y'all. Been watching since my first anime con and the days of cosplay Fishman Seb and Buggy Larry. Love y'all dearly. Hashtag stay on top.
Thank you so
Shout out
much.
to the long run.
Thank you.
I remember that name, Norwitz, from a while ago.
Thank you so much. Guys, it's been a wonderful episode. I think this might be the longest episode we've ever had. Correct me if I'm wrong. Besides, like the top 30. Yeah, where people were being, kind of wild, saying the N-word. Love you guys so much. Thank you so much for all the super chats. Thank you for all the gifts and gifted memberships. Thank you for the memberships. Thank you for still sticking with us after we moved out of the studio. We'll be here next week. Sebastian says there might be a call-in stream tomorrow. So
call-in stream tomorrow.
Yeah.
I gotta talk about it.
Yeah. So guys, we will definitely see you next weekend. And yeah, that's basically it. We don't have anything else, right? So all right, guys. Talk to you later. Jana.
Jana.
Peace.